焦点を当てた国際会議です。このイベント
RubyWorld カンファレンスについて教えて。
皆様おはよう。
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for attending Ruby World Conference 2023. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Miwa Ishihara. I'm going to serve as MC as I did yesterday. This year marks the 15th anniversary of Ruby World Conference. And this conference for this year is being held in Kunibiki Messe International Conference Center yesterday and today, organized by the Executive Committee of a Ruby World Conference with the support of a lot of sponsorships and supports. We began Ruby Week this year as a special week to express the values driven by Ruby, such as freedom, joy, and contribution to community. Ruby Week has three important features: Ruby Biz Grand Prix, Ruby World Conference, and Ruby Prize. In this special 1 week, various related events are being held. I sincerely hope that you look for further details by searching Ruby Week. Now, on behalf of the organizer, Mr. Shugo Maeda, Executive Director of Executive Committee, gives us an opening address. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Maeda, Executive Director of Executive Committee of a Ruby Conference. I sincerely hope that you enjoyed yourself too late at night. I hope you are feeling okay this morning. I didn't sleep enough last night, so but I would like to recover myself by listening to your interesting and enlightening presentations. As Ms. Ishihara just mentioned, this year we are initiating Ruby Week, where we are organizing various exciting events. DE&I, diversity, equity, and inclusion, is the main theme of the Ruby Week. The 多様性、包括性 and 公平性 in Japanese. We hope that all of you will enjoy those events as you are, and that is exactly what the staff members are trying to make happen. Mr. Matsumoto made a commemorative speech yesterday, and not just racial differences, but close differences. Today, we don't have a lot of people in business suits, so those in the business suits may feel that they are a minority and feel somewhat out of place. But going beyond such differences, I sincerely hope that you will fully enjoy the program today, and I hope that you will have a fair and equal eye to all the people around you. Going beyond the differences, and like to thank the gentleman who has joined the board of directors. Before that, Mr. Matsumoto was asking Ms. Emori to be a keynote speech, and today she is going to speak not about KCS itself, but their community activities. DE&I, I hope, is going to be exactly linked with what KCS is doing. And I'm sure that a lot of people enjoy the KCS community driven by Ms. Emori, and I hope that many more people will come and join the community of diversity, inclusion, and fairness. Yesterday we had a lot of technical presentations, and Ms. Emori, on the other hand, will not be leaning too much toward technical presentations, but other areas as well. And we will also hear some non-technical presentations, which I think will be easier for non-engineers to understand. I hope that all of you find those presentations interesting and find something you can take home. Thank you very much.
So you had a great night last night, and it is the following morning, and the son always gives a talk after having had a very, very wonderful night, but he might be a bit tired. Now, from the KCS Incorporated, we would like to invite a guest speaker, Ms. Mayumi Emori. Ladies and gentlemen, now I'd like to request Ms. Emily to start a keynote address. Ms. Emily has been organizer of the Raise Girls in Tokyo 2013. In 2015, she launched another Raise Girls Japan, which is supporting the Raise Girls and domestic organization. Since then, she has been supporting many events, programs of Raise Girls. She has been the judge of the junior and senior high school student and international Ruby programming contest. And her book is Let's Take a Walk, and let's take a first step to Ruby on Rails. And she talks about a decade in Ruby community. This is the title. Ms. Emily, please. Thank you for the introduction. Good morning, everybody. I would like to start my keynote address. Firstly, my self-introduction. My name is Emily. I am the executive and officer in KCS Carrot Limited. The development is actually outsourced to a company, 72 employees. About 30 of the employees are women. Almost all engineers are programming engineers, the development work. When it comes to the recruitment, some new graduates who have not no experience of the programming are joining, and the C++ and 3 months education is provided. After that, they come to my group. In my group, Ruby dedicated and development work, 15 members are working under my supervision. So it is my team. I joined this company as a graduate, and I did not have any programming. But since then, I have been working through my career. It is not my career development of Ruby, but I might touch upon it. The first time I joined the Ruby event, that was in 2010, when the Ruby World Conference was held. And it was actually in September, according to the Japanese legend, in October. There is actually Japanese guardian. And Asakusa Bay was the next one. I joined that too. In 2013, Raise Girls Tokyo, third organizer, was actually my role. In 2015, as a member of the Raise Girls Japan, I provided support for various programs of Rails Girls. This year, I started a new programming contest and internationally for the junior and senior high school students. That is World International Ruby Programming Contest. This one is a book for the introduction of the Ruby. Rails Girls workshop is doing this sort of things. So this was published in April this year. Rails Girls Japan members was actually my co-author. I have brought some samples, some copies with me today. Therefore, if you are interested, please let me know. I would like to show you the copy. Emory House is also run. It is my project as well. Ruby Kaigi is domestically held every year. It is held during that Kaigi conference, and we actually plan and implement the let's stay in the same hotel together. And in Naha, and in Naha next year it will be held, and this year it was Matsumoto. We are now preparing for the next and forthcoming ones. 30 years foundation. Congratulations to all of you for the successful development of Ruby. Without Ruby, what could happen? I would not be standing in front of you to give some lecture, and if I had not encountered Ruby, my engineer life would be different. I am enjoying programming. I love it. Not only programming, I have learned to enjoy my life better. Probably without Ruby, without that encounter, I would not have learned. When I joined the 25th anniversary live, I could not actually be with you because of some live was there. But in front of an audience, and Matsumoto-san, it is my great honor to say congratulations. Raise Girls Tokai is actually the organization for which I'm working organizer 10 years since. Personally, I am actually experiencing and congratulating, celebrating this 10th anniversary personally as well. So I would like to think about what I can do, but then I am given this opportunity to talk about the Ruby community. I am very pleased. Ruby Conference 15th anniversary. Congratulations. Ruby World Conference has been implemented for the last 15 years. And in 2010, I came here for the first time. I visited Shimane Prefecture for the first time. In 2011, there wasn't actually the Japanese earthquake. Therefore, I was more involved in that disaster mitigation, the earthquake mitigation program. However, at any rate, and since 2010, I have been joining this program and having been in Matsue, and I think some of the winners I joined, and I got Matsumoto-san signed. And I always put it in my home and just beside on my table. And so if you have it, then you will have some good luck, I'm sure. Matsumoto-san's signature is here. That was actually the amenity I got through the lottery. Because of this program and the conference, I came to learn about Shimane. This is the third time I learn about Shimane because whenever there is an opportunity, I would like to come here. So this is the third trip to Shimane. There are some people joining this one offline, so I would like to recommend the Shimane journey so that you can enjoy various corners of Shimane. I'm afraid that some of you might have booked a train for going back and home. I would like to recommend the spas located in here. This is the map of, and the Matsue Shinji Spa is the nearest one. You can have a day trip, and Tamatsukuri Spa is also another one. So you can actually go there by bus, and if you take taxi, maybe 3,000 or 4,000 yen, you can go to reach in Tamatsukuri Spa. If you have got some time available today, please take that opportunity. It was a rather hot night last night, wasn't it? In Matsue. In Shimane, there are various and wonderful things, and they're very delicious food. And I like Shimaneko. That's very, very, very good. Well, around that time, I saw that dance, and before that, and I had a chance, and I enjoyed meeting them again. Shimaneko is a character of this local community. The club is famous, and the seafood is famous, and the Japanese sake is famous, and the Shimaneko is loved by many visitors and by many people in local community. Now let me talk about the substantive part of my talk. My company is actually the company providing outsourcing services. We are commissioned to provide some certain service and on a commission basis. So programming language is not chosen by us suddenly out of blue. Some customers said to us, and next month, please start to use Ruby. So that was my encounter. I used to be very familiar with C++, and the PHP was also experienced. For 6 months PHP writing I did. Until then, therefore, when I think about programming, there was no right to choose the languages. There was no particular attachment to C++ and PHP because the customers decided which language should be used. With regard to the way of writing programming, there was not a particularly strong instruction. So I couldn't have a very good freedom, but that the customer asked me to start Ruby programming. I found that Ruby is very, very easy to use, and easy writing is assured. How do I say? Why do I say so? Until then, before the variables this mark should be there, dollar mark should be input. I was wondering why. And the suffix, why is there always semicolon? I was wondering, and there was no clear answer. Semicolon is need to be entered after pressing that shift. Therefore, that my middle finger on the right hand side was rather strained strongly. Whichever project I was there, I was writing almost sorting order. And the short processing wherever I am working, because Ruby has got sorting, and I was really impressed that Ruby offers that particular function. For the first time, I came across the short setting program. Until then, the test items were prepared by the computation template. Program is developed after that, and using that enter key should be actually clicked, and so that we create test items before implementing test. And after the completion, okay, the development is one party and testing was by the other. So that was an usual course of my work. However, by writing test program, we could actually write testing things, and while the development is still underway in the same pace. And also, I could use text editor, which I like, for writing the testing. Therefore, programming is easy, and so testing writing is also easy. I was impressed, and I was moved. For about 6 months, and I got some qualification. 20,000 lines were written by me. When I finished that project, and I loved Ruby very much, I would say I write anything by Ruby, and I encountered Ruby community and the major figures. Yesterday, Matsumoto-san gave a keynote address. What is Ruby community? This is a definition. Ruby programming has got a community in the surrounding area. Whatever skill level you have got, they feel comfortable. That is a definition of the Ruby community. What is in there? What are in there? So engineers do have the local and regional community meet up and is held regularly. Asakusa RB is one I belong to, and in Shimane Prefecture, Matsue RB. And in the western part, Hamada RB is also existing. Apart from them, there are other organizations to which you belong. I didn't prepare the list of comprehensive, exhaustive list, but in each region and area, there are local communities. If you don't find anyone existing, you can create and launch your new local community. Rails Girls is present. It is for the unexperienced in programming, those people who are interested in programming but not yet done. And so we provide some introductory course. In the Ruby community, I joined under their programs, and there was some trigger given to me in the Ruby conference, and I presented, and that person said to me, Asakusa Ruby is in Tokyo, and I said, it sounds fun, and I will go and see. That was a first and a community participation on my side, and I could meet many people with different background, but they were all talking about the programming. That was very, very a striking impression. I was very moved, and it was a very fresh and experience. And they were made only, so I felt a bit of outside feeling during the program was convened, and I was wondering. So maybe people found that I was peculiar and a bit weird person. And there had not been information. The Ruby mailing list and give us more information. You can search more, given some triggers. I was admiring Nakata-san, and Nakata-san, that is really superb. So, and Nakata-san was actually sitting next to me. I knew that Nakata-san's autograph, but I did not realize Nakata-san, and many people were calling Nakata-san and Nakata-san. So I found that that person was really Nakata-san, whom I admire. That was really fascinating moment. I could find many Rubyists with whom I could have a talk. Until participating in that program and function, I talked about Ruby with some employees of my company, and I had a chance to talk with them. But when it comes to programming and so writing programming, not so many chances were available. But in that community with Rubyist, and I could talk about how to write. What is being done in community? Some people are interested, but they don't know what is done. This is a RubyWorld conference, and there are many things are presented. It is actually sharing opportunity of whatever you have created. Sometimes they have the reading session, and there are many programs done in various parties in development, and you might have some barriers, difficulties, and you can share them with other Rubyists as well. In the Ruby community, and a lot of sharing about what I love, the hobby. So in the sponsor booth, and the keyboards were placed, and you wondered why keyboard. This is a Ruby conference, but then actually the self-made keyboards seems to be quite popular these days. One day before this meeting, and the self-made keyboard and the conference was held. On the YouTube, you can find the video clip and see how things are getting on in that keyboard and meeting. What was fun? Aaron Pattonson was is a committer, a Ruby committer. And you know that some of them started giggling. So the automotive and gears were used, and they are used as a keyboard, and the editor, a shift and a change is done by the automotive drive. And he was talking about what he was doing in his approach. And you might be actually viewed that, but you can see what it is. And Rubik Cube is also loved by many people.
This is Ken Dama. The other day in Asakusa Ruby meeting, so-called Oedo Ruby Kaigi, we had a reception and we went to Asakusa Hana Yashiki. So that was occupied only by us. And there was a person who was enjoying Ken Dama only. And we all practiced Ken Dama, and that was fun. So everyone can enjoy whatever they wanted to do. So I think that was really the great thing about Ruby community. So this, to summarize about the Ruby community, I think people who are the members of the Ruby community enjoy Ruby and enjoy other things too. And some people can be careless, like leaving purse somewhere and come to the meeting without a purse. I also have such kind of experience. but everyone is concerned about that person who lost the purse or the money, and everyone's happy to help and support. I think this was kind of the warm feeling flowing in the community. That is how and why I like Ruby. So not only the program is great, but the people around the program all nice. And I think the people joining the Ruby community are so lovable and nice people. So Ruby can be just human programming, but by knowing the Rubies, the people in the Ruby community, I started to enjoy more and more. However, I feel a little bit out of place because there are less women, as Maeda-san pointed out. The number of ladies still small, so it's difficult for a lady to participate alone by herself. So probably because of that, there are less number of women. When I went to the Ruby meeting community for the first time, I was asked which company I worked for. And back then, the number of the company using Ruby was very small. So that was an opportunity, a trigger of starting a conversation. So I wonder why people kept asking my affiliation, which company I worked for. So I think if Ruby can be used in all the companies, then people do not ask which community you work for. I think probably that's something we can think about in future. And I might have being asked about my affiliation because I'm a lady, so I hope the number of ladies will increase. So before and after joining the Ruby community, there was a big difference. And Matsumoto-san, for me, it's a celebrity. I saw his name on the web article, but it was amazing experience to meet Matsumoto-san, who is a developer of the programming language I use. So I thought it's a big world, and I never thought about encountering him. However, after joining Ruby community, I talked with a lot of people, and I went to various meetings and occasions. That was fun, and I had the opportunity to meet Matsumoto-san himself, and I started learn Ruby or in writing Rails. I read blogs and I met the author of the blog or developer of the program. So I was very happy to see such people and feel that it's a small world. So my value have been changed after joining the community. So if you do not know the community, you consider it's a huge, but when I joined the community, I felt it's a small world. So I enjoy participating in various events. Then one day, I think you may know about this. There was a Tokyo Ruby Kaigi. So this was a Ruby Kaigi. It's a local Ruby community meeting. You can drink beer as much as you want. And we enjoy ramen. And we talked with two Ruby committers, and Uraken-san and Tani-san. On different timing, they asked, "Aren't you interested in Rails girls?" I was surprised because Ruby committers are developers of the Ruby, so I thought they were interested in development on the programming, and I never thought they would be interested in community. So I was very surprised, and it was a pleasant surprise that they asked us whether or not I was interested in community. So I was very happy to be invited to the Race Girls, and also I was very glad to know that these people were interested in communities too. And I joined Race Girls. What we are doing in Race Girls is as follows. So we provide the tools and community for ladies, and basic knowledge about making web application can be shared, and how to make technology and idea into shape that are shared to ladies. And you can encounter coaches who instruct them. Then you can have a connection relationship and you can join community. Right now, Ruby's Girls were held 67 times in Shimane Prefecture. It was held 4 times in Matsue. Well, talking about that, tomorrow, Race Girls Matsue, the fifth occasion, will be held at Matsue Open Source Laboratory in front of the station after 5 years of interval. So, Matsue will be a big city for Rails Girls, and I hope that the new people will join us. And I have been working as an organizer for Rails Girls. And for the first time, I became an organizer side, host side. There are a lot of things I have to prepare. And in case of the Ruby World Conference, there are lunch box and a lot of preparation. I think it's hard to be ready for the meeting. And we need people who have the know-how of how to host the event or meeting. Therefore, in the area with a Ruby community existing, it might be very difficult to have a big meeting without people who have know-how about how to hold the event. So I have to make a lot of consideration about coaching or the participants, and like engineers speak very fast, they explain too fast, and that is the case with me too. And if you speak too fast, then people will be embarrassed, and there's no way for you to communicate everything in limited time. So the tips for presentation actually shared. And beforehand, before the meeting, that kind of tips should be shared. And I think the environment can be built up in a successful way so that the meeting will be productive one for everyone. As to Rails Girls, already 67 times it was held. And it's now prevalent. In 2015, Rails Girls Japan, that the Japan organization established. So in Odaiba, Ruby Kaigi was held in Odaiba, and Kakutani-san, Shimada-san was with us, and they said that Rails Girls Japan will be established. Aren't you interested? And I said yes. I became a member for Rails Girls Japan. What we did was the Rails Girls meeting cannot be held without companies in the areas where the companies working with Ruby do not exist. So we need a coach and a fund and staff are necessary. Therefore, in order to support that kind of thing, Race Girls Japan was established. I became a member for that. When I look back, and what I did was I went to various places because I thought it's fun. And I just was asked by many people, are you interested? And I said yes, and I started a lot of things. So I did not show any strong initiative from myself, but I became a member of Rails Girls Japan, a Rails Girls organizer. I recognized I'm already here at this point. That's my impression so far. So, women's community was established in 2015, and Rails Girls Japan activities started, and there are various women's community for various languages started to be active. So, only women, like organizers and participants, so only women can participate. Then there are a lot of opinions and criticism, like limiting to women can be a kind of the reverse discrimination, or women's community may be very low in technological capability. And we do not mean to discriminate against men, but some people are not happy about women's community, women-only community. Therefore, we have so-called affirmative action in our activity rules. So unconsciously, both for men and men, the role may be defined. Role for men might be defined by everyone unconsciously. So we came up with affirmative action. Then DAY2 is a very well-known book. I think you have already read this kind of book. And unconsciously, women may act like this. When I read this book, I strongly agreed on this. So unconsciously, I stepped back. That's what I did. So by recognizing this, we can change our attitude. So I think this is very important book, valuable book to recognize what we are doing. So I think women should read this book. By reading this, we can think, okay, on this occasion we tend to step back, and men can also read it, and men can recognize this woman is stepping back, so men can encourage her to go ahead. So I think correction in attitude is very important, and as a Rails Grow Japan, this has been one of the initiatives we are working for. Then when it comes to the women's community, the women become majority, not minority anymore. Then women-only event can be held. Then on such occasion, we may be a little bit criticizing the men, or we may want to compete with men. So it's a kind of a parallel line between men and women. So we wonder what diversity is. So we should not be on parallel all the time. So I think we need to have a community in which everyone can join. So this is not a community to compete with men. So that's a kind of the different feeling I had. However, I would like to say that we have only one Ruby community. So in order to have Rails Girls event, we need male engineer and members of the Ruby communities. With them participating as a coach and staff, we can have a successful meeting. So not in the local Ruby community, they can know each other. In the women's Ruby community, then people can have a good connection each other. And the Ruby community is not something to separate between men and women. And we want to emphasize that we are all one team. So my ambition, and I hope that in future people may say that the Rails Girls is not necessary, because Rails Girls is not necessary because there are already women participating in local Ruby community. So that is a great word we are aiming at.
I joined one local community meeting. It's called Buri Kaigi, not really about Ruby, but it is actually that yellowtail eating meeting. It was a conference. 78 members got together to enjoy the flavor of yellowtail. And there was an actually reception, and in that hotel we actually stayed there. And so Ruby members 5, and also those female participants. I said that there is a very delicious fish available. Why don't we go to the restaurant? And many people are actually attracted. In total, 6 people went to that restaurant, and Matsui LB meeting and was in summer this year, and one of my friends joined and participated in that. One person is Rail Girls and host and hostess, and other Rail Girls were coming to those meetings last summer. But the point is that the number of women is limited, so we need to make particular effort to increase the female participants. We would like to have a larger population. So this is actually when I actually entice them to come to the yellowtail eating meeting, and then it is delicious. So why don't we go to that Buri meeting. Buri is a yellowtail in Japanese. And so if it is 0, nothing will happen. So 0 should be turned to 1 in the first place. And when 1 is there, people actually feel that there is a possibility of expanding that population, maybe infinitely. Then, even you have got a larger population, maybe many people, many women come to join that participant program more often and on a regular basis. It is about Emory House. This during the Ruby meeting, and we had a program for women to get together and also stay in the same hotel because it seems to be fun. It was a great joy until 2015. Ruby Kaigi was in the Tokyo metropolitan area. I could have a day trip, but in 2016, the location became Kyoto. And I came to realize that some people came from outside Tokyo metropolitan area, and I found that those people are staying in the business hotel on their own. So in Kyoto, many students go there. It is one popular destination for school excursion. And then I thought, why don't we get together and stay in the same hotel among the women? We could have a lot of pillow fighting and also lots of fun. I had some acquaintances and a friend and a 5 Ruby member and other friends, and I said to them, why don't we go to Kyoto and also stay in the same hotel? And it was realized. In the tourist destination, there are Japanese inn, but in Sendai there is none. So we rented a guest house so that the whole house, the building is for the members. Even you are on your own and also you are a woman and it is okay for the time, but where are you having lunch and will you will you be eating on your own and a drink-up party might be in the evening? Are you sure that you can go there on your own? Maybe most of the participants and also the members are males. But if we are getting together in the same hotel, we can go there in a group. Some people were actually not in good condition and then staying some hours in the bed. But then after that, I found that person dancing in the dancing floor. And then people were enjoying the drinking party. When I went back to home. If you are on your own, things would be closed and you would be isolated and the business hotel would be just a mundane place without so much joy. But if you stay in that hotel together with your group members, you can enjoy more fun and more opportunities to get together with others. And this house is already booked, Emory.house, and the site is updated. So this is the most up-to-date information for 2024. The location is Okinawa. The venue is in Okinawa. You have to travel to Okinawa probably. Of course, ferry service is available to get to Okinawa. I would like to know how many are thinking about going to that Okinawa Ruby Kaigi in 2024. If you are interested, please let me know. Now I would like to talk about the book. In 2019, I was offered to write and publish some book. And you said that the publication was in April this year, wasn't it? And while eating that, while writing that the text and that the version was up, Rails communicated with me. That person was participating Rails girls and functions. Through that experience, that person became very interested in IT. While university student, another person joined this and then attracted to the IT industry and the IT books and publisher was actually the place where the person started to work. As a newcomer, they had training, and the Rails Girls was actually presented by the person. It is actually newly joining employees presentation, a proposal to the publication that was realized. And I started to think about some women when I met. I went to that Oshino live, and I was staying in the guest house, and where I met that particular lady, 20 years old. So she almost looked like a teenager, not maybe so woman. And I said, "Are you interested in programming?" And she said, "No, no, no, I can't do anything about programming. It is definitely not possible." And graduating from the senior high, she comes to the guest house, and in the next in the town next to her own hometown. She's in the early part of her 20s, but she definitely said that she could not do about the programming. What was she actually told by others and in the neighborhood and in the local community, and then as a result, and she said, "No, I can't do that. Programming is just the last thing I can do," because that remark was quite straightforward. But I wanted to write some book which enticed those people to think that they might be able to do something about the programming. They said, "No, no, I can't." And if I say to those people, "Why don't you come to railway cars?" Maybe it is not so easily digested, but if there is a book, and if she happens to read it, and by reading that, and her sentiment might be gradually changed to think that she could do that. So among your neighborhood or the community, whatever, maybe you find somebody who says, "I don't think I can do that." And if you find such a person, could you please talk about this book? By encountering Ruby, my values and also sentiment changed. I came to change my mindset, and the community activities are very, very important to me. And even if careless person, it's okay, because there are many careless person in the Ruby community. They forget to bring the wallets and when traveling. I have been invited by many people, and I found that it might be fun. And they started to do that, and I am here standing in front of you. Therefore, I would like to do the same so that this community and networking can be enlarged, inviting people for this new innovative world. And this is fun, so why can't we use it and do it in our own day-to-day work? When I was welcoming newly joining employees, and I say something. We have 24 hours, everybody, and 8 hours for sleeping. Half of the time when we are up, you have to dedicate that time to work. So half of that life, and when you are up and awake, and will be actually dedicated to work. Now, if that work and is of some fun, you would be happy. If there is something pleasant, please do come to me to have consultation, and you can confide in me. But I believe that if you are involved in Ruby, you will have great fun. Your life is pleasant and joyful. That is true. Therefore, I would like to make this workplace the place of fun. I said to the company management, "I don't do anything else than Ruby." The bosses have their sentiment, and maybe the community has changed when comparing that from olden days. But when I joined, I said to myself, I need to be a good boss, so I should not make a mess. And I have given up being such a nut. So I cannot be absolute being, and from the perspective of people working under my supervision. But I started something too. So the information sharing meeting and the training and so communication have been started. I am much more positive and proactive in doing so. If there is anything, please come to me and talk about it. And so you can talk to those people. "Are you fine? Are you okay?" And so I always try to talk to them. But starting a new thing is not easy, right? Easy. I was criticized in many words, in many ways by many people. But we always have support of Matt Yukihiro's support. Matt is Matsumoto-san, and his work and words were very encouraging to me. Every time I talked to I explained something to my boss. She said there is no precedent. Matt supported me.
So Matt-san always gives me great advice, and I go back to the office and I talk with the boss based on Matt-san's advice. And I was also said that if I stop, I will die. And when I start something new, technological capability of the members is very important. There are new hires, and they are now growing up. Because of that, we need to do some overtime work. But some people criticize us. It's a failure. But Matt-san always takes things in a positive manner. So he says that nice try about the failure. So I always ask Matsumoto-san to do some technical talk. I like Matsumoto-san's words. After talking to him, I get motivated and I go back to the office and work hard. So I think it is very important to have allies. So making allies is very important. So after joining the Ruby community, I try to make allies and increase our sales because we need fund because it's a business. Then we get business from the company belonging to Ruby community, and thanks to such kind of approach, we could have good business, good sales, and the company admitted that. Company accepted that. So as a result, I can now further deploy Ruby to the company. So I now became an executive officer of the company because I was actually accepted, admitted by the company. So far I have come, but still there are some challenges remaining. That is, so we are contractor. So there are some issues and challenges for the customer side. In the Ruby community, we always talk about Ruby and programming. Sometimes other companies' program is rather difficult to deal with. That's occasional experience. Therefore, I think how to deal with such kind of a problem is a challenge for us. And also, since we are contractor and we have to think about man hour, and sometimes of the number of the step, the keyword do not inspire us. So we want to come up with good program, and we want to make a good program with small number of bug, but however, the customer occasionally say that with this number of step, does it cost how much? Does it cost so much? And I was disappointed by listening to such a comment by the customer. But I know that we should be cost effective. What we need, what we want to make is something which function correctly and also close to Ruby's or parallels. That kind of the program Ruby's can fully understand. So because of that, we need to have more man hours. So sometimes customers say that with this number of man hours, does it take so long or does it take so much cost? But we are not working as an engineer to mass produce technological liabilities. So we would like to have a good relationship with the customers. So we also want to make allies with customers and communicate what we want to do and have a compromise each other. And also we should help the customer to understand the Ruby community and the good thing about Ruby community and Ruby. So of course, both sides have to compromise each other. And it is very important to communicate about Ruby and Ruby community to our customers. And I was often asked, why are you doing this much? And why are you motivated? Because it's fun. So when you have your favorite star, there's no reason for you not to support that favorite. So I like it. So I enjoy it, and I like to work this. So I have been working alone by myself with Ruby and Ruby program, but I don't know about the Ruby community. So I thought probably in the area without Ruby community, there might be someone who's writing program alone by himself or herself. I would like such person to participate in the Ruby community. So I would like to urge such person to join us. So that's how we would like to develop our activity to all over the country. So if we change, the world will change. I now know based on my experience. So we have internet, so you may be able to do everything by yourself, but if you change and you join the Ruby community, or if you start doing that, your perception will be changed, your perspective will be changed, then you will feel world will be different. And when we make allies, then world will change more. And Matsumoto-san's grandchildren and their further grandchildren, probably they will talk about our ancestor was blah blah blah. So we are doing this because we enjoy it and it's fun. And I think we should actually talk each other and increase the number of allies and number of friends. So I think this is something we should not forget. We need to have the place which is comfortable and enjoyable for everyone. So that should be the keyword to create a great community. The Ruby community members are very energetic and positive and proactive. I think that this is a common characteristics of the Ruby community people. And I think it is very important to have the courage to enter a new community, new world. I think for a woman writing Ruby program by herself alone with that Ruby community, it may be very difficult for her to get into a new community, new world. But I think it's important to call such person to join us, like a person who step backs, and even such person should be able to participate and enjoy the community. We hope to have such a community in future. So I would like to recommend for such women to join Rails Girls. So not just participation, but also coaching can be done. And there are female coach who want to do the coaching and want to do the Rails Girls activity. And if you are interested in Rails Girls, could you please contact us? I will be waiting for you. So the Rails Girls Japan members are here attending this meeting, so could you please contact any one of us? Thank you. And welcome to the Fun Ruby community. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your discussion presentation. Now we'd like to entertain some questions from the audience. If there is any question, please raise your hand and let us know. For Ms. Emily's discussion presentation, you might have some questions or maybe comment. I talked about Shimane Prefecture, and you can ask what was my destination, and I can give you recommendation. May I break the ice and may I ask a question, Ms. Emory? So you encountered the Emory, and your life became a lot more fun. And Matt is there. Matsumoto-san's words are very, very, important for you. Cherish that word very much. So actually, Matsumoto-san, which one is actually much more important for you? Even more Matsumoto-san. 10 o'clock at night NHK, there was an actually guitar program. Fukuyama Masaharu is my favorite. Matsumoto-san, sorry, you are not the number one. Fukuyama Masaharu, very, very famous Japanese singer. That Fukuyama Masaharu is her, the real the soulmate. But Matsumoto-san, you are too. Thank you very much, and I would appreciate very much. And so while enjoying Ruby, and there are many other things you can enjoy surrounding Ruby. Thank you very much. We could learn a lot from you. Thank you, Ms. Emory.
With this, we are going to have Ruby sponsor session. We have a break now. Ruby sponsor session is started at 11:30. Thank you.
まもなくプログラムを再開いたしま
Ladies
す。
and
ご着席
gentlemen,
くだ
the
さい。
program resumes in a few minutes. Thank you very much for waiting. Now we begin Ruby sponsor session. We are going to have speakers from 3 Ruby sponsors for Ruby World Conference 2023. The first speaker is Mr. Hiroshi Shibata with ANPAT. He is going to discuss product development with Ruby and Ruby committers. Now I give you Mr. Shibata, please. Thank you very much. I'd like to speak about product development with Ruby and Ruby committer and the efforts on the part of ANPAT Company Limited and OSS as a Ruby committer. ANPAT is a SaaS service dedicated to the construction building industry. This is an applications development which connect the in-house people and construction sites, and this is part of the products which have been enjoyed by many clients, and not just the construction site but also the customer management and sales management and the payment management. Our product is being used by many occasions and places, and there are tens and hundreds of occasions when ANPAT products are able to digitalize all part of the construction sector, and that's how we are trying to develop new software programs. Why do we use Ruby? In all of those segments, Ruby has been used, but of course we do not write everything in Ruby. In certain cases, Excel presentations or other services, we use Go or TypeScript. And for mobile, we use Swift and Flutter. And so different technologies and programming languages are being used in our software development. My talk today is about organization and open source strategy. This is Furuhashi, a executive director of our company, and his ambition is to develop the best development team within the company. What do I think about this the best development engineer organization? As a Ruby committer, I make program softwares, but as the best organization of engineers, I believe that open source software it's something we really have to pay attention to. All the people related to ANPAD and within ANPAD should be able to use OSS effectively. And that's one of my milestone to achieve the best team of engineers. And that's how I have been worked on the development of software programs. And this is one example as a company for the efficient, effective use of open source software, what should be done? Even if how much I speak about the beauty of open source software, we need to be strategic in spreading this. This is what is regarded as necessary for any organization to grow a business by promoting OSS. Linux Foundation has done a lot of studies on this, and this is one example spoken about in the report about Comcast, one company, and Comcast has 6C strategies for in-house open source software promotion. For instance, collaboration and contribution, and culture, how to develop culture to develop open source like culture within the company. So those the strategies Comcast is trying to promote within the company to spread open source efforts. And in OSPO, they set the level of open source development and maturity levels have been defined as follows. Level 1 is that the company just happens to use OSS. It's just that they found this particular software and they found this particular software on the web and decided to just use it. And second level is that they are mindful of license and they confirmed the purpose of use and decided to use OSS for the benefit of their business promotion. And level number 3, and I think there is a hurdle to overcome between 2 and 3. Level number 3 is to participate in open source project. For instance, if there is any problem, they would like to report it to a community, or they would like to put themselves on an email list so that they can ask questions for answers. And number 4 is the promoting contribution. The contribution in this sense, I mean that they can share their attempts to overcome a certain problem by sharing that experience with others in the community. And there is also a big hurdle between level 4 and level 5. Level number 5 is to develop an open source software program themselves, and like Shopify, by using Ruby's and Rails, promoting Ruby and Rails, they have a model to use it as an opportunity to grow their own business. For instance, the efforts by Kevin, who was given a Ruby prize this year, is a good example. Then what are we doing in ANPAD? Yesterday, as we heard from Mr. Matsumoto, Mr. Matsumoto thought that there was just one out of so many who is interested in making language. And when I entered ANPAD, it seems that many of the engineers were consumers of the developed program. They used the open source software, and they were successful or they failed, and they had certain errors. And that's the end. But in my case, if that is because a problem with Ruby, we should fix that in Ruby. And so 1 out of 10 engineers seems to be reporting any bugs for Ruby, or it could be Go. to the community for further improvement. So in order to improve the level on the maturity ladder from consumer to developer and to contributor, we are trying various ways within our company. For instance, Mr. Takada, an engineer, and I myself participate in such a way in Ruby conference as a speaker. And on the right top corner, 2 months ago, a conference was held in Europe, and I had a chance to speak on that occasion. And expenses, financial expenses, and also hardware burden, and also are necessary, but at the same time, to change suddenly from a consumer to a developer, a producer of such a program or language is very difficult. So reporting any problems with open source software, what should I do to report it to other engineers, and how can we review the experience so far to share the experience with others. And those are the things we do in our company. And also for community engagement. Luckily, I'm a full-time open source developer employed by ANTAD. So I've been developing an open source software, and I participate in Ruby-related conferences, and also iOS and Android, Go, and TypeScript. The company serves as a sponsor for such conferences financially, and also together with the like-minded companies, we co-organize an event, and also we provide a place and opportunity for a on-site in-person event. It seems that many engineers and colleagues more or less work from home, and they don't have opportunities to get together face to face. So such occasion, ANTAD provides a place, an office, so that those people can gather. And ANTAD, I think, is level 3.5 according to my assessment. So we should not just consume open source software. We need to change the mindset that we contribute by making fixes, by solving the problems or bugs if we found in such an open source software. In that way, I think we need to become a contributor. I hope that we'll be able to generate a open source software from ANTAD that may spread around the world. This is something I wrote when I joined ANTAD, showing my ambition in ANTAD. It says, when you look at technology topics being promoted by Shopee, I am really overwhelmed. We cannot become a Shopify overnight, but we hope that we'll be able to become a leader like a Shopify like in the future, in the field of Ruby and Rails. That's all. Thank you very much for your kind attention. We have a booth, so please drop by if you need further information or any information regarding engineers. Thank you vacancies. Thank you very much, Mr. Shibata.
Now we would like to invite the next speaker from Network and Applied Communications Laboratory Limited. The speaker is Mr. Ryo Ito, and he will discuss a new approach, innovative scheme of NACL. NACL is an acronym of Network Applied Communication Laboratory Limited. Thank you for the introduction. I am from NACL, and my name is Ito. I would like to discuss the new approach and also scheme of network NACL. I would like to introduce to you our company NACL, Network Applied Communication Laboratory Limited. It is an official name. So NACL is an acronym which people often use when referring to us. Our office is here and also the branch is in Tokyo too. And originally, Matsumoto-san was in our company, and he is now in many companies these days. In 1997, he joined our company. Since then, he has been our employee. He is our associate of our company. Apart from Matsumoto-san, Ruby committer, and the previous Ruby committers are working here. So Ruby is quite an important core business too. Last year, there was a Ruby conference, and since then, and during the past year, there was a major development. The CEO changed. This is the previous CEO, Inoue-san, and I think you understand that he is actually the vice chairman of the organizing committee of the conference. This photo was taken last year in the closing ceremony, and he is now the special advisor, the new CEO, Maeda and Goto, and their photos. On the left-hand side, you can see the CEO President Maeda, and on the right-hand side, Goto, who is the Vice President. Maeda, the CEO and the President, delivered the opening remarks as well, and he is currently working Ruby committer. On the part of Goto-san, he was working as a Ruby committer. Therefore, many people in the audience know him, I suppose. When the CEO or president was changing to a new one, the company also changed in various ways. What should we have as a future direction? We had the discussion to identify the direction to seek, and we had the management and also the associate employees talk. The discussion is still underway. OSS, including Ruby as a major one, should be further exploited and taken advantage of. At the same time, we would like to make a contribution to that community, and we would like to make our organization autonomy developed. There are various people from different backgrounds. We would like to have an organic organization in which many people of different backgrounds and work together so that we can be stronger and growing further. We would like to elaborate on these matters, but this is not actually the core of this title speech, and therefore, if you are interested in these matters, please let me know. Our website and also the brochure have been updated. The website was actually renewed in line with and in accordance and relating to this conference. This is a URL. If you are interested, please access this website. Now, I would like to start my substantive part of the talk. So the first announcement, so this is today, and this conference is a place where we make a new announcement. Small b programming will be actually reiterated, and we restore that social function. I thank you very much. And if there was no round of applause, I was going to leave this stage. I was thinking about that. A small b programming Koshien. Koshien is actually the senior high school, the baseball tournament in Japan. So this is the excerpt from the materials and we used in the previous one. On the map, the two teams fight each other. Characters are representing those teams, and the highest score. Which one can actually win the highest score? Characters are actually operated, in the case of gaming, fun and the real time, but programming is done for those characters so that the actions, activities are predefined. Of course, items on the map can be used, and you can pick it up, or you can actually navigate through the object. So, in the end, you are supposed to reach the goal faster than the opponent. Small B Programming Koshien is the name. Until 2020, while Shimane government and prefecture government was taking the lead, the tripartite function was working. So the academia, the business, and also the public sector. And there were the participants from all over Japan. Since 2020, however, under the pandemic, the convening of that program was suspended, but there were various voices seeking the restoration of this one. So we would take the lead, and we would be the host of the one to come. Small b would be used as a programming. Takao in our company was a developer. He developed this small b. This is what it is like. And the orders are represented by blocks, and by using your mouse, and you can put them together for programming purposes. So we invite students, senior high school, but we would like to invite another younger children as well. Maybe typing is not so difficult, and even if the children don't understand English, they can do that. Programming and grammar is maybe might be difficult for some of them. Even if they are so young, they can still touch it, and they can learn from this program. So we are going to launch this project. It should be done with a stronger and a more higher quality version than before. So we would like to add some more functions which were not available before. This is the issue we are thinking about, this convening of the program. More recently, in primary school, programming is a part of their curriculum. They have the programming classes because the children are the ones to support the future society. So if they can develop programming and also abilities and also creativity, that would be very good. And we would be more than happy if we can do that. By combining blocks and programming will be complete. In the case of small b, however, the order instruction block on the one hand, the Ruby codes are from the Ruby's code on the one hand. So mutually, between the two, they can have the changes, and they can have the communication. So in the beginning, they used small b, but when they would like to develop further, so Ruby could be their first choice after graduating from small b in a way. This is small b. They will have the opportunity to touch Ruby. I would be happy if everybody identified, discovered how fun, so much fun is actually offered. The vice CEO of our company, Goto, is one of the authors. He is a co-author. So that's why I take this opportunity to introduce that. That could be the starting point for many youngsters to learn the fun and joy of programming. Ruby's and Ruby users will be expanding number that will be resulting in the further advancement of Ruby. And if we could make some little contribution into that for that journey, for that goal, we would be more than happy. There are many students here, and you might have friends who are still students. Would you mind talking about it the forthcoming program? And then that would be surely big momentum to promote this function, and this networking it will be further enhanced. We have talked about small b and also additional function added. This is an URL site about this project in which we will be the main host. And I hope that this small b and the program will be enjoyed as many fans, as many people as possible. On the part of NSCL, our company, we are always recruiting people who are interested in our work, and let's have fun together. Let's enjoy our work together. Thank you very much for your attention. Mr. Ito, thank you for your discussion and presentation. So with a more higher quality and a small programming quotient is now coming back again. So that is a really great thing.
Next speaker is Mr. Atsushi Katsura from GMO Papepo Incorporation. His title is Karami Shop and Ruby.
Good morning. I am Katsura from GMO Peppapo. I would like to talk about Karami Shop and Ruby and a function expansion of EC platform using API. I'm web application engineer working for EC business division of GMO Papepo. I develop and operate a Karami shop, which is application working in net shop creation and service. It is my first time to be in Matsue, and I like argf.class. I like it's a very unique name. I would like to say today that I want to expand what we can do with the EC platform Karami Shop, and we are looking for someone who can work together with you. And I would like to talk about this once again later. So this is my agenda today. First, about GMP Peppapo. The company has a corporate philosophy of making more fun and a mission to increase human output. So we are providing a service to people who express something. And this year marks 20th anniversary. We servers hosting service and a platform for the creator. We have actually released and operated various services. And in various aspects, we use Ruby. So, like original image uploaded. So this is probably the favorite application you are using. For example, in Ruby Kaigi 2023, in Ruby Kaigi event, we are actually selling logo goods. And also last month, Kaigi on Rails, Ruby on Rails event, the goods have been sold. Thank you very much. I found this in RubyWorld goods. Some are uploaded. We will appreciate. Thank you very much. And you can purchase this at Suzui. Thank you. So talking about community, so GMO Peppapo use Ruby OSS. So we would like to pay back to the community. So we are participating and cooperating proactively to the Ruby community. So in Matsumoto's Ruby Kaigi, there are a lot of engineers participated from our company. And also last month, Kaigi on Rails, the core members and the organizer came from our company. And also Emori-san's presentation, like Raise Girls. So we are providing some service and support for Rails Girls event. And our company office is actually provided the venue of the meeting, and we also help and support the event. I would like to talk about Karami Shop, which I am engaged in. This is a EC platform service for net shop creation and operation. Based on the philosophy, the mission to contribute to smooth Japan's business, we are supporting various EC shops from the small one to large one. Well, Karami Shop is a service published in 2005. So main implementation servers is PHP. And these days we are using Ruby and Ruby on Rails with further development of function like Karami Shop Inside Server and API Server and Shop Owner-oriented API Server functioning on Ruby on Rails. As to published API, shop owners actually have the REST API for the resource operated. So the shop owners' information, products, and purchase form that can be related to the purchase of the customers, and also order placement can be possible, and this can be automatically synchronized and aligned with outside information. So with this, you can have a very good effective application. Also in Karami Shop, using API. Application can be published and sold. This is so-called Karami App Store. These app, so the apps available here can be known by about 50,000 shops who are using Karami Shop, and they can find some additional application or function from here. And we, as a developers, also engaged in the developing and operating of this type of application. As to the developers, by using this platform, they can just set the use fee of apps and can receive the provided application fee. And as to the use fee, it's very complicated to do for the implementation and receive the money, but through Karami Shop, the fee will be actually transmitted to your account. So it's very simple and easy method. We EC business department developed application, and there are a lot. And I would like to show you some examples. So immediately after platform of app stores was released, we do not have the number of apps. So we have so-called Karami App Development Week. So 3 to 4 members of the EC business division team get together, and based on the hackathon system, we picked up the function, and this is the in-house event. As a result, 4 apps are released. So we have occasionally worked together to develop new apps in the App Store. And also, we try to find out some improvement tips for the development of apps. So, Karami Shop API and how to use it, and also a guideline for the developer about how to make up apps in the application store. Could you please refer to this site? And as to App Lister, could you please take a look at the note? I hope you will take a look at this magazine. Then lastly, we would like to work together with you so that we can enhance what we can do with Karami Shop, and we work together with application development using our API. We are looking for someone who can work together, and we have the booth on the first floor, so could you please come to visit our booth? Thank you very much. I hope to work with you. Thank you. Mr. Katsura, thank you very much. With this, the Ruby sponsor session and the morning program completed. In the afternoon, we have some lecture by Mr. Hiromasa Ishii of Keiryō Ruby Forum and Mr. Hirohito Higashi from Shimane Software R&D Center. These lectures will be started at 13:00, 1 o'clock. If you order at lunch, could you please go to the large exhibition hall on the first floor to exchange the ticket with the lunch? There's no eating and drinking in this hall. Could you please go to the large exhibition hall, and garbage boxes also placed there. I appreciate your garbage sorting effort. At the exit, you can find the leaflets of the sponsors. Could you please feel free to take anything? In the large exhibition hall, there are exhibition booths. 12:10, presentation by Ashita no team will start. 12:20, presentation from Hayaru will start. 12:30, Liberty Fish will start presentation. 20:40, Sky will start presentation. These are short presentations. I hope you will listen to them. When you leave the seat, could you please return the receiver set at the front? If you need receiver set, could please contact the staff at the front. If there are any failure or the problem with the receiver set, could you please contact the staff too? If you are using the Kunibiki Messe parking a lot, you can get a free parking ticket. So could you please go to the large exhibition hall? Large exhibition hall also have the charging station for electronic devices. Thank you.
会場よりご案内いたします。
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now we'd like to begin the afternoon program. The following presentations are selected by the program committee from the entries received in response to call for presentations. The first presentation is delivered by Mr. Hiromasa Ishii. He is in charge of infrastructure and network construction lecturer at CSK, and he joined ISP in the Philippines as a GM, and he participated in the development and startup of mRuby at the Embedded System Division of Kyushu Kabushiki Gaisha CSK, and he has been working as a secretary, deputy secretary general of a Ruby Forum, Lightweight. And he has been lecturing about mRuby and mRuby Forum management, and Lightweight mRuby Forum chairman is Mr. Yukihiro Matsumoto, and also the speaker is Hirohito Higashi. Long experience in web application development embedded system. In 2015, he became the senior researcher of Shimane Soft Research Institute, and he is developing a lightweight Ruby language mRuby/C and alone framework for embedded system. Today, they are going to discuss under the theme of enhancing learning Thank you very much for the very kind introduction. I am Ishii. Today we are going to talk about going beyond the embedded issues. How companies are using mRuby and mRuby/C, and the new API reference guidelines for mRuby and mRuby/C, what kind of advantage and benefits there are. mRuby, it said that it was born in Fukuoka. All around the world, people congratulated on the winning of the championship by Hanshin Tigers baseball team. And Avispa Fukuoka is a professional football team in Fukuoka. And on Saturday last week in Ruban Cup Championship, they won, beating Urawa Reds, and they became number one in professional soccer championship. And Avispa Fukuoka has been going back and forth between J1 and J2 championship, and there was such a big event in front of Fukuoka City office, and even to Hakata railway station. All the football players of Avispa went to with their fans and had a very big party outside. And B is the character for Avispa Fukuoka, and they stung the Urawa Reds, and we hope that we'll be able to more or less have such a stimulating experience from mRuby and Ruby/C. Even with the small resource, it works. It's been 10 years since mRuby was released from Fukuoka Kyushu Meiti and Kyushu Institute of Technology, and with the leadership of Mr. Matsumoto, mRuby was invented. It worked on 400 kilo K. Today, it is able to work under 100 kilo. And 4 years down the road in Shimane, mRuby/C, a new language was developed on a 1-tip micro controller. 16-bit is the target, and it works with a 40 kilobit, and it is able to do a multitask with the independent scheduler. And the Pico Ruby is also born in Shimane. Now mRuby or lightweight Ruby, how are they being used? It's not easy to see how they have been used, but in the past 10 years, pull requests for mRuby exceeded 6,000. So in just about 10 years, that means 600 per year, and about 2 pull requests from many people per day. And Mr. Matsumoto and volunteers have been helping on them, and in 1 or 2 days they address those requests. And Mr. Matsumoto in the past 2 years have been having such requests on his GitHub every day, and not soon he is going to be on Guinness for the number of the requests he receives on GitHub. But how has it been used in companies actually? Ruby Contents Business Promotion Association and iTalk, Shimane Software Research and Development Center have helped us in doing some studies and a questionnaire survey on companies about how they have been using mRuby. Green indicates that they have been able to use Ruby well, and the black indicates they gave up on the use of lightweight Ruby. And hardware on the top and software companies down at the bottom, and what language they are using usually. In the left, C language, on the right, mRuby or mRuby/C or Ruby. And they were so nice to respond to a questionnaire survey all of a sudden. Now company A. The president is a Rubyist. He loves Ruby, and he enjoys writing a program in Ruby. This is the software vendor, and this company in order to realize IoT, was able to found a sensor, and he wanted to make an IoT product, and he wanted to use mRuby, but this company has no knowledge of hardware. So as a result, for the printed circuit board, they outsourced hardware to outside, and hardware vendor agreed to the use of mRuby. mRuby and mRuby/C, hardware vendor was also interested in those languages, but when they began to use, they found various shortcomings of mRuby. As a result, they decided to switch over to C language for development. So just to have a successful development and to make a program usable on microcontroller through porting of mRuby or mRuby/C requires a lot of skills and knowledge. If it is a very first experience and trial for the company is concerned. What about the company B, equipment machine manufacturer? They have been using C or PLC for development. They know hardware, but they have little knowledge of software. But the person in charge was very willing to acquire new technologies, and by using mRuby, also AI, they wanted to embark upon the development, but they didn't have enough knowledge of hardware. So they asked to outsource hardware development. But that company was a specialist on C, and they didn't know the difference between Ruby and mRuby. They worked really hard, but they were not good at Ruby or AI, so they gave up on the use of mRuby for their program. But there is a successful example. This is a software vendor. The leader was an experienced developer of a C language, and the young engineers who learned mRuby/C for the first time worked as a team, and they were successful. They used a board which works on LoRa LPWA, which is applied with the existing microcontroller board. They put mRuby and C, and of course they had a support from outside specialists. As a result, the young engineers were able to accomplish mRuby/C, and they were able to rewrite application software on a remote basis, and they were able to make a product in just about 2 or 3 months. And another company, company D, D outsourced hardware and software. They knew C and mRuby too, so they were able to develop a program from mRuby. So, as these examples show, first, the knowledge of hardware is necessary, and also the cost of learning a new language is important. And also the important point is that you shouldn't try to do everything with lightweight Ruby. And on the other hand, as other speakers mentioned, the language processing is very good at Ruby. So what is difficult with existing embedded language like C? It's what lightweight Ruby is good at. And perhaps you can start small with the use of Ruby. For instance, QPS Research Institute, this uses mRuby in writing timing and schedule of a imaging from artificial satellite, and Internet Initiative, another company, use mRuby for rewriting config and recipe form in accordance with the traffic, and they C is used for basic communications, and CMN company, another company, uses mruby/C for sensor changes or the changes of the data format on a remote basis, and the C language for basic communications. And those are the MRB, GEM, and HAL for microcontroller. So if we had more, you may be able to use Ruby for an embedded program development. So we do like to ask for your support. And mruby and ruby/C porting supports. We would like to begin to think about them and embark upon them. And also some samples like using Ruby, lightweight Ruby on a small scale is what we would like to do. So mruby and ruby/C new API reference is a very good thing for you to know as a guideline for you to use mruby and ruby/C. So I'd like to turn over to Mr. Higashi of IT Open Innovation Center. Thank you very much. I'm Higashi with Inoha. There were challenges I wanted to overcome. Fortunately, mruby and mruby/C have gained popularity, and there are increasing examples of their use. But microcontroller and sensors, there were many ways to use mruby and ruby/C. There are 3 microcontroller board and 3 sensor switches. And 3 times 3 equals 9 different ways of implementation if things go naturally. But this seems a bit of a waste. There were some functions I wanted to standardize, for instance, those 6, GPIO, a general purpose I/O, and analog digital converter, pulse width modulation, and 3 down at the bottom are standards for serial communications. UART for communication module, and sequencer, which is industrial computers. And I2C and SPI are for sensors and display equipment connection standards. So when those devices are considered, the possibility of using different ways of implementations is not quite advisable. For this one is a GPIO and light up an LED lamp. A very simple example. Board A, 2 lines, create an instance from a class and display, and board B, a different class name, and board C, no class at all, only functions are used. So depending upon the board, different implementation occur naturally, and I wanted to more or less standardize such methods.
So it was a situation about 1 year ago. Therefore, mruby and mruby/C and the common I/O class was started, and I started to pay attention to that commonality. In this project, I decided to go through 3 steps. That was the initial plan. First one is survey, then proposition and a proposal to be created, and then consensus to be pursued. When doing the survey, the existing Ruby gem is not the only one. In addition, MicroPython, MicronBoard, and the Arduino, and also C+ library Qt were actually involved in our survey. We tried to work out how they were run and used. In the proposition, there was a meeting in which people reviewed them before the consensus. MLB and MLB, OSA, and those pioneers were actually invited. So we actually took a Japanese and business-oriented practice. So that requires the in advance discussion and also the information sharing among the parties concerned. in order to create something which is working, and we just decided to focus our effort on the core one in the essay, and what that should be actually the issue. That was the first task. With regard to error handling, after implementation, you would actually face in the various situations. When the version development starts, we can actually add at a later stage. If you look at the code and also maybe one line or so, only part of that, you can actually imagine, you can understand what is being done. So we wanted to make sure that we can do that. That wasn't a goal. The slowing down should be minimized. We tried to make maximum effort for that, so that implementation is working. It's not limited to only Ruby. And if we find anything which is working run properly, we would like to emulate that successful one. Successful implementation, which is successfully run, we try to emulate. In the beginning, it was a first priority. And the Pico Ruby author and the developer came to know us, and he said that it's not all that we have to pursue. And he persuaded that we should do more than that. Therefore, this one was becoming of lower priority. And after that, the actual implementation, it's not only limited to Ruby, and keyword could be used, and the keyword parameter was used. And whenever it's possible, we try to use the keyword parameter or argument, and if the same function, the same activity, and then the same method, and the stateless, and was what we wanted to achieve. Let me elaborate on the first point. The code should be easy to read. If we use a keyword parameter's argument, the speed might be compromised. It often tends to be slower. However, in constructor, it tends to have more parameters, but actually easy to read and is important. Therefore, we are going to use it. This is a GEM serial report, which I would like to show you as an example. Object to create 19608 and 1. So if you are familiar with those things, you can understand what it's about. But if you haven't got that experience, you wonder what they mean, and can we change the sequence of those numerical figures and numbers? So what are they? What are those numbers mean? So with that proper announcement or the definition, the object and the creation should be started. Often in this sort of program, constructor is run only once, and then object is using. The use of object is quite significant. I don't think it will damage, and it has a negative impact to the speed. So based on that assumption, we proceeded. On the other hand, however, some of the methods are expected to be called. In that case, the number of parameters can be minimized, and then you think about the method names as well. Then you can actually design so that this will be actually responding to the call, because it is assuming that a call will be made. This is an SPI XPAR method, XPAR method. If you are actually familiar with that, then you can guess that it is perhaps a transfer. But an acronym is not always necessary. Transfer can be actually written in this way. So we decided to. So when it comes to argument or the parameters, and a transfer is expected. So it is actually the fact. So whatever comes in here should be actually transferred. If you look at this line, you can understand. Therefore, we adopted this design instead of using acronym. So this is the names of method in each class, and common names are used. And if it is actually reading and read, and also writing, write, and also set mode, we adopted those names from projects. And the setting is in a set mode. It is based on the MicroPython's GPIO. set mode and was actually in GPIO, but when you look at another SPI, the names of the unit were different. Therefore, that was a bit of a shortcoming in my feeling. Stateless. In the inside, there is no status to be retained. The sequence of calls is limited. I should not say eliminated totally, maybe, but it is almost eliminated. This is one example, MicroPython. The last parameter is a stop parameter. So stop is true or false, and it is the default is not true in that case, unless library remembers that you have to actually change the next action or motion. So inside the library, in this case, you can see the state is kept and remaining. So the library user and the library designer should remember that that is a bit cumbersome, isn't it? Therefore, we tried to eliminate such a situation. Then the design became more concrete and at long last. And we came to this one, which was published. And now it is public domain. Thank you very much for your support. This is a GitHub mruby repository. You can find this because it is published already. If you are interested, please access that site. mruby and mrubyc and C rubies is used. Actually, you are using that and C very much. Therefore, you say that it has nothing to do with my work. But don't worry about it. It doesn't have to be your concern because we have prepared a Sylvie version as well. So I am actually admiring my own effort, if you don't mind. On the part of GEM, mruby hyphen such and such are represented in about four are already registered. Please have a look at them. Raspberry and at Mark and Armagiro and Micron board are used, and with those Micron board it will be running all right. And in the case of Linux, if the computer is working and running with Linux Micron board, I suppose that it will be okay and there should be no problem. mruby slash C supported by you, and we are very grateful. mruby has come to 3.2. mruby slash C is also now in 3.2. Get started and also mruby tutorial. They are already made available, and you might have started to get interested in that case, and please do. And next week in Yokohama, there is an exhibition in which you can actually experience an mruby and mrubyc like experiences. Next year in January, Fukuoka Ruby Festa will be convened. So there is no online facility, but please do come to Fukuoka. I would be very happy if many of you come and join that January session. Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. Now, we would like to entertain some questions from the audience.
Please raise your hand if you have a question. Anyone? Are there any additional remarks you would like to make? I didn't think of the time for introduction, and you kindly spent 3 minutes on introducing us. Anything we would like to add? Well, even if you want to use it, hardware may be a bottleneck. You have to use it on a microcontroller. But once you overcome that, you will enjoy the high productivity by using mruby, and there is a lot of freedom. So once you overcome the obstacle hardware with our help, then you would like to use mruby. Perhaps you have been using C Ruby, but with IoT embedded program, I think, will be more easily available with the use of mruby. Any further remarks from you?
You are forced to ask something, weren't you? So he is now at the microphone. The microphone is now brought to you. Yeah? So that was wonderful. I really enjoyed your program, your presentation. Should I rise? Yeah. So I would like to stand. My name is Sugihara. Nice meeting you. I should not be actually the focus of attention from the audience. MRuby, I'm thinking about it, and MRuby/C, in those involved in the development and what? So how many people are actually involved? Very small number, actually. So maybe you can actually, maybe maximum 10, not more than 10. Matsumoto-san, how do you like? And so Matsumoto-san has gotten a 10-person power. So you should count 10 people in Matsumoto-san only. So I should say that 20 people. But the number is very, very small. However, so much in a contribution is made. And some of them are very, very shy, and they never come to the front stage. But they are highly professional people with a very expert knowledge. Thank you. So for what people are you presenting that on the part of the development, who would you like to invite to join your effort? Is there any expectation about what person you will be working with you? MRuby and MRuby/C. And we often say that it is easy to use. It's not really true, but I hope that we would like to work together with who can have the joy and who can enjoy that fun to use it. And it's not as large as a community. Maybe this group is not deserving the name of a group. C Ruby is actually, I envy the C group, and because it is much more advanced. And MRuby/C were separated, but this year we decided to work together. And so on a combined basis, and we can put the resources together, which is actually more advantage for many people to join and participate in the functions. Maybe don't think it's too hard. If you find anything, please say that. Is it okay? There is something, and I read your guidelines, and there is still some typo. That sort of remarks and advice is very welcome. Thank you very much. And I used to be involved in that slightly. So 2 people are standing, and 2 people are standing. I am almost in the tears, and that is really moving. So it could never have happened some time ago. So we are working together. So if you are interested in the embedded work, and like an MRuby/C, which is rather grounded to was work, nothing flamboyant, you might be interested. And if you can do it in Ruby, that might be actually some additional fun, I suppose. Thank you very much. Is there any other question?
Thank you. Microcontroller such as PIC24 and Lunasis 201 also were mentioned. Are you going to expand up to other microcontrollers? Is it going to take time if you like to do so? It depends. Well, I think it will take time. Once you have the skills, you have the tips, I don't think it is going to be difficult. But the first bottleneck is rather difficult to overcome. So I'd like to provide you with more examples, then you can learn from more examples, and then you will feel more willing to try. On NPO, we have a porting class. And perhaps you do not know about this event, but if you take part in such a porting class, you will know more. And we are going to also publicize the textbooks. Tutorial and get started, I showed you earlier, may be a very good entry point for you to learn. Thank you. Thank you for the question and answers. If you have any further questions, please exchange business cards with them offline and have a chance to talk. And Ishii-san, you love cats, and Higashi-san, you love dogs, and their attire, clothing seem to be different from each other. But today, they had this joint presentation, and they are, of course, good friends with each other. Thank you. The next presentation is going to be delivered by Mr. Nobuyuki Muroi and Mr. Masaki Hirabatake with Kobe City Medical Center. But we'd like to have 10-minute break at this point, and the next presentation begins at 1:40. Thank you. So we are going to have 10-minute intermission. The next presentation starts at 1:40. Thank you.
まもなくプログラムを再開いたします。
We are going to
お席
resume
に
the
お着きください。
session soon. Please be seated. Thank you. Now we would like to start the next lecture. Mr. Nobuyuki Muroi was graduated from Tokushima University Faculty of Pharmacy in 1986 and joined Department of Pharmacy at Akko City Hospital. And then 2009, he became the head of the pharmacy department of the hospital. 2018, he became the deputy department head of the Kobe City Medical Center Hospital. In 2021, he became the department head of pharmaceutical department, Kobe City Medical Center Hospital. Mr. Masaki Hirabatake was graduated from Tokyo University of Pharmaceutical Sciences in 1994. 1996, he graduated the graduate school from the same college and joined Kawakita Sogo Hospital Pharmaceutical Department. In 1999, he joined Kobe City Medical Center Hospital. 2021, he has been serving as a deputy pharmaceutical department's head of the Kobe City Medical Center Hospital. Today's title is a work style reform using ICT at Kobe City Medical Center Hospital Pharmaceutical Department. Cloud service of RubyWorld to be utilized for the automatic calculation of the worksheet. Mr. Muroi, Mr. Hirabatake, could you please go ahead? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Muroi, Kobe City Medical Center Hospital. It is my great pleasure to have the opportunity to speak at the RubyWorld conference. I think this is the first opportunity for hospital pharmacists to make a presentation. And we did not study programming language, but we are fully utilizing Ruby. And I think our work have been greatly improved thanks to Ruby, Mr. Matsumoto, and the committee members, and Mori-san, Miura-san of the RubyWorks. I thank you very much. I really appreciate your effort for development of Ruby. I would like to talk about first about the work of hospital pharmacist, how it's changed. That's my part. And the second part will be presented by Hirabatake-san. He will talk about how Ruby is utilized as a tool for work style reform. Well, the work as a pharmacist in the hospital, not only the in-hospital team care, but also we have to join the community joint care for the patients. So our work is shifting from goods, drugs. That's what we have to work on, that collecting and mixing and preparing medicine. and we have to directly explain to the hospital about the effect and side effects, that skills. And then we need to have the team medicine to support the patient. That is the system. The background as follows: not only in the hospital, but also various things are involved for the patient care. So the comprehensive care is necessary, not only medicine, but nursing and prevention and living. And safe and secure pharmacotherapy should be provided to the patients. So before and after admission should be supported by the pharmacist, and pharmacotherapy between the community and hospital should be well connected. So this is Kobe City Medical Center General Hospital. The number of beds is 768. This is the acute care hospital, and we have 67 pharmacists. And later we are going to talk about pharmacist resident. We have 8 of them. And we do have a lot of strengths in our hospital in all types. So everyone is quite highly motivated to do the patient care. And according to the Newsweek magazine of the United States, and every year they actually publish 250 best hospital in the world, and our hospital is selected this year. And COVID pandemic actually have been continuing for 3 years, and our work have been also changed as hospital care have changed. So new medication for COVID should be provided to the patients, and support like pharmacotherapy for the patient should be provided. And when the patient recover and discharged to home or another care facility, then a pharmacotherapy information should be provided. And also in the 5 wave of the COVID, 500 patients could not be admitted. So we had a team of the doctors, the pharmacists, and nurses, and we had home visit to the patient's home. And also vaccination of the patients, vaccination of the people. This is a big project, and we actually were assigned to the vaccination site, various places, to support vaccination effort by the government. So in order for medical professional to be effective in the COVID, there are a lot of stress. And this was a report written by the psychology and mental therapy specialist. Well, at the very beginning of the pandemic, there was a lot of anxiety, concern about infection. However, that's less because the control is better. So our people working in the hospital have less concern about infection. However, they are now exhausted and they have a lot of stress, chronic stress. It is because they are not sure to what extent this kind of situation will last. So this is a kind of the sense of stagnation which has led to the anxiety and concern of the healthcare professionals. So we should show the direction to the normalization of our work style. So we should be organization to survive post-COVID era. Important thing is sharing information and transparency. Change in medicine should be shared, and the work should be visualized. And we should have a different perspective from the conventional medicine, that is digitalization. And also we have to come up with a system on the presumption that something unexpected will happen. And we should, I think we could actually show the capability to cope with something unexpected. Talking about the work of pharmacists, you may think this is the work of the preparation and dispensing the medicine. In actuality, what we do is before admission of the patient, there was a preparation center before admission that where pharmacist work, and also pharmacist work in the hospital world, and even in OR, there are pharmacists, and hospital wards there are pharmacists, so that each one of the patients can be taken care of for the adverse effects or that compliance. Then information is seamlessly accumulated until the patient dismissed, and also at the regional medical liaison center office have the pharmacists, and they have a relationship with the pharmacies in the town, and we have three pillars. So that is to promote work style reform. The work should be visualized and should be more efficient. So digitalization of work is very important. And also, important thing is the human resource management. Human resource management is also important. We have to develop people. So let me explain. This is the admission preparation center. So booking for the test or explanation of the admission, and patient previous education should be checked so that patient can be hospitalized in a safe and secure manner after patient admitted. And in the hospital ward, pharmacists are located so that explain to the hospital about drugs and to avoid side effects and interaction, and this kind of information will be kept providing all the time. When discharge time is set, then pharmacists also involved. So pharmaceutical care in consideration of the patient's family and patient environment is necessary. So this is a multi-team effort on what kind of life patient living and how can they take medication, and this should be examined and issues should be shared so that the patient can go back to home and community without problem. And education training very important. Unlike doctors, pharmacists after graduating 6-year college education can work at the hospital and other places. That is not the case with the doctor. Doctors have to go through some training even after graduation. However, in case of our hospital, we consider pharmacists also have to learn after getting a license. So in our hospital, if after getting the license, according to our own curriculum, pharmacists have to learn and go through on-the-job training, and then can be located in academia and hospital or pharmacy. So on-the-job training or new higher education, resident education is a substantial one, and we are working hard for the human resource development. We also work for the alignment of the university. Kobe Gakuin University is located near our hospital, so we do have the kind of the agreement about training and research. So this is a new alignment with academia. This is clinical research, and clinical research is going on so that any question will be solved. For example, this is remdesivir. This is well-known drug for COVID-19. So this was developed as a drug against Ebola, and it is considered to be good for COVID. So as an emergency, it can be used. But data among the Japanese patients is very rare. So we got the informed consent from the hospital, and we actually analyzed the drug concentration of remdesivir in patients. There are two metabolites was found, the unchanged body and then metabolites. There are two types of drugs form remaining, and we have the mother population analysis of this metabolite and drug, and we could actually show the appropriate dose of the patient. Then this is how we made a paper to share the information to all over the world. So I think you are engaged in the creative activity, and just like you, we are also want to be engaged in the creative work, like solving the problem and sharing that to the world. So this is the kind of the image of how we prescribe and prepare the drug. I think you probably consider we just prepare and dispense the medicine based on the prescriptions prepared by the doctor and hand the drug to the patient. Many people consider that we are doing that. However, our work is to make sure that the patient can get medications safely. So before doctor prescribe, we have to provide information, and after dispensing, we have to provide some information and training to the patient. And after patient take medication, any interaction or some pharmacodynamics checked, and then information obtained can be also fed back to the patient doctors, and also we can provide better information based on that to the patient. So that's what we call fostering drugs. So we provide information for fostering drugs. So I just wanted to share with you how the work at the pharmacist is changing. Now I would like to ask Hirabatake-san to talk about how we are working with the shift based on Ruby system. Thank you. Thank you very much. I am Hirabatake, Kobe City Medical Center Hospital. I'm very happy to be here. I would like to talk about the specific work of our pharmacists working in our hospital. This slide shows their daily work shift. This is a magnet board displayed. So before admission to the hospital or operation or discharge, when we think about the floor, then pharmacists also work at admission preparation center or hospital ward and operation rooms. So at the admission preparation center, the patient medication before admission are checked, whether some medication should be discontinued or not. That's checked and explained to the patient. After admission, the pharmacist in charge of the ward support pharmacotherapy. In case of operation, then narcotics is controlled by the pharmacist who is in charge of the operation room. When discharge day is set, then pharmacists at the regional medical liaison office can help patient and their family. And even after discharge, if patient requires help or some care after care, then pre-discharge meeting involving the nurse and the care manager, social worker, visiting nurse, and pharmacists read up pre-admission medication or after discharge medication or allergy history. Such lists are prepared by pharmacists to make drug information sheet. And then this information is handed to the patient or their medical facility which take care of the patient after that. You may have the impression of the dispensing preparation drug when you hear the word of pharmaceutical pharmacist. We have drug station by robot. You can say that the robot who's prepare drugs. So the non-pharmacists can actually operate the robots.
And pharmacists are also placed in injection room and drug preparation room, and also in TDM room for injection preparation. We use robot, and it is operated by an operator, human operator. And for TDM, which stands for therapeutic drug monitoring of blood concentration in blood, for instance, an antibiotic called vancomycin, requires dose adjustment because it has a side effect of a renal function impairment. So the blood contents concentration of the drug is measured and analyzed to arrive at the optimum dose level and the dosing interval, and they are presented as proposal to the physician in charge. And also the outpatient chemotherapy center. This is where a chemotherapy is given to the patients, and we also have a pharmacist in charge preparing anti-cancer drug and also checking the dose level and the dosing schedule of the anti-cancer drug, and also the preparation of a concomitant agents are checked by the pharmacist, and the drug is explained to the patients. And also we use a robot for anti-cancer drug preparation. I will show you a video clip later for you to see how robot is used. And DI, which is the drug information room, and the pharmacist outpatient clinic, and also the management of investigational medicinal product. DI stands for drug information, where such information is managed and controlled. Recently, we have a social problem of supply shortage of a certain class of drugs. When that happens, the pharmacist in charge of drug information captures that information and share the information with the staff within the hospital. And also in consultation with the physician, the pharmacists select alternative drugs and share the information with the staff in the hospital. Now, I'd like to show you how a robot process is used in operation. This is something you saw a minute ago, a robot preparing drugs. Inside the robot, those are the cassettes containing drugs. Once the order for prescribing is given, would you produce the audio commentary? As you can see, there are cassettes with drugs inside, and the robot takes out one cassette, and this is to take out the drugs from the cassette delivered by a robot, and those drugs are taken out and prepared by the drug. And this is the monitor showing the contents of prescription, making sure that the right number of tablets are used. This camera, and also this is the balance to weigh the amount of a drug and the number of tablets. This shows how much time was saved and how much improvement was made in terms of safety before and after the robot introduction. This is number of errors detected at the pharmacy audit, and within the ward, 80% and 90% reduction in the number of errors and incidents. And this is the time required for dispensing. This is done by pharmacists. 60 minutes, and the pharmacist's time, and this is the assistant's time spent, and this is the time spent by robot, and in total this is 61 seconds. So before and after the robot introduction, the time spent was more or less the same, and so safety was improved while keeping the same amount of time required for preparation. This is a robot for preparing anti-cancer agents. This is an operator who is not a pharmacist. Such a person is operating the robot. The necessary drugs and syringe are prepared. And this monitor and audio guidance are given to the operator to set the necessary syringe and drugs in the right position in the tray. And once they are set, they are sent over to the robot, and this is how robot is handling the equipment. There are two arms preparing the anti-cancer drug. this action of the robot is modeled after the actual actions taken by a human pharmacist when they mix and prepare a anti-cancer drug. So the liquid drug is now transferred to a bag, infusion bag. About 40% of the anti-cancer drug preparation is now done by a robot like this. And we also use RPA, robotic process automation. For instance, if the patient already had a hepatitis B, and when they are put on a certain anti-cancer agent, sometimes hepatitis B flares as a result of the side effect of the drug, and they have to go through a certain inspections and tests to see if there is any flare or not, and RPA is used to extract and identify patients who haven't gone through such a necessary exam and tests. And this is the result of time study spent in pharmacies, 5 days, weekdays. In the left, this is for a human pharmacist. On the right is a non-pharmacist, a staff member. In the 5-day period, what kind of hours are spent on what kind of jobs and tasks? For pharmacists, 71 pharmacists over 5-day period worked a total of 2,500 hours, and 19 non-pharmacists worked for about 600 hours. In total, 3,000 hours over 5 days. And non-pharmacists accounted for about 20% of total time spent in the pharmacist department. And in this way, gradually there has been the shift of works from pharmacists to non-pharmacists. Pharmacists, however, have a variety of tasks they have to go through. This is the shift work schedule, and on the right is the staff allocation for each day. And preparation of such a shift work is a very important work of pharmacists, and it takes a lot of time for them to prepare such a table, and there is an extra burden they have to bear. So we decided to automate this process of making a shift work schedule, and we asked the software vendor to prepare a program. And Ms. Mueller of WinWorks, the software vendor, is going to explain how they developed the software program to automate the preparation of the shift work schedule. I am Miura, a consultant at WinWorks. We support clients from system introduction to operation. Our office is located in Tokyo, away from Kobe City, but we organized a virtual project team with the pharmacy departments of the hospital for online collaboration. Since our system, WinWorks One, is a cloud-based system, it can be used anywhere if one has a browser, and was most suitable for the online collaboration we had with the hospital. System on the cloud consists of a web system made in Ruby on Rails, and also a computation server made with JRuby. Because the computation library of the mathematical model was written in Java. These two components collaborate with each other through message one and a database. When the computation load goes up, computation server automatically scales out. The pharmacy department with 80 people needs a big work shift schedule, and the contents are very complicated. So 3 months before, we need to begin to prepare. First, a day shift and night shift and substitute off days are calculated, and then we disclose this information and result of the computation to the staff, and the staff member apply for a paid leave not to overlap between them. And this is the day shift and night shift substitute day of calculation table. On the vertical axis, we have the number of people, and on the vertical axis, days. And people who do the same kind of work form one group. And there are many groups of this kind. And within the same group, no two persons take a day off at one time. And on the horizontal axis, we try to have a substitute day off during the same week of the day shift or night shift. This is all just one day. We secured enough number of staff required for each task. So we need to make sure that we meet conditions vertically and horizontally. But this is very difficult, and each condition is defined as a rule to meet all the requirements. And also, in order to have enough staff, and also to have the enough substitute days off, we try to make sure that the workload is equalized. The important condition we have to make is to equalize the work burden among the staff throughout the year, and that has been the biggest challenge we had to overcome. Day work and night work and pharmacy department, there are certain work allocations which have to meet, and we have to make that type of burden differs, whether that is before a weekend or after the weekend, and there are 34 items we have to consider, and the whole calculation was left with Excel, but we then try to make the calculation so that the numbers of various tasks are equalized throughout the staff. And also there are so many other conditions from the hospital, the staff attributes, and the kind of people who shouldn't take a day off on the same day, and also the schedule of certain members who have to attend a committee activities. And we prepared Excel so that they can adjust or enter the necessary conditions, and they were imported into WinWorks 1 cloud for computation. Thank you very much, Ms. Miura. This is the paper shift work schedule and daily staff allocation, and before automation of the preparation of such a schedule. And after the automation, we were able to present a schedule on such a display, and such an updated schedule is delivered every Monday. As a result of such automatic preparation of the shift work schedule, we were able to reduce the hours spent on the same purpose by about 50%. And also, the accuracy has improved, and also we were able to release our staff from doing such a manual preparation. This is the summary of how we have been able to change for the better the work style of the pharmacists in a hospital. With the introduction of such in automation, we have been able to use more digital processes for work and for staff management. And we were also able to increase the accuracy. And we have been able to have such benefits because of Ruby. We would like to take this opportunity to thank Ruby and all the people concerned for the development of Ruby. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. We would like to entertain some questions from the floor. If you have any questions, could you please raise your hand? Please. Please use the microphone. I am Sampo from Ibero Marsans. So, what was the reason or trigger that Ruby was to be used for this project? Thank you very much for your question. This kind of work shift automatic formulation is actually challenged by many hospitals, pharmaceutical department, and everyone struggling
and we were thinking about automatic formulation of this kind of shift. However, there are no companies who could do that. So I searched internet and I found WinWorks, and we knew that WinWorks fully utilized the Ruby, and that's how we met Ruby. Thank you. Do you have any other questions?
No further questions? Well then, we'd like to thank the speakers. If you have further questions, please approach them on an individual basis. So the use of Ruby in pharmaceutical department and pharmacies work is very special and something we do not know usually, but this has given us a chance to understand what they are doing. Please give them a big hand of applause. Thank you. Next, the presentation is from Mr. Komagata, and we are going to take 5-minute break before we move on. The next presentation begins at 20 minutes past 2. Thank you.
まもなくプログラムを再開いたします。
Now the next session is to start in a minute or so. Could you please be seated? Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to start the next session. We invite Mr. Masaki Komagata. He is a representative and mentor working in the programming school, Rocca, and the title is an OSS Education at the Programming School. Mr. Komagata, please. Thank you for the introduction. I would like to discuss the programming school and OSS education in programming. My name is Komagata. I am from the Rocca. I work as a mentor and a representative for the 25 years, and I have been a programmer. For the last 5 years, I have been working as a mentor of the programming school. I would like to introduce to you a field of programming school and why is it important to have OSS education. I would like to give you details about the OSS education too. Firstly, let me talk about the field of programming school boot camp. Field boot camp. There are 4 points I would like to stress. The first one is that it is based on a subscription system. So on a monthly basis, subscription charge is to be paid. You don't have to pay the lump sum amount of money in the beginning. If you join that for 1 month only. Not everybody is suitable for becoming a programmer, and it is not the case that everybody should become programmer. Once this line of work is not particularly yours, and you can actually leave it, and if you find it, that is also another important discovery about your personality. The second one is the curriculum is quite hard. Before graduation, on average, 1,200 hours learning would be necessary. That is average. With regard to the duration, sometimes people do that on every week and weekday and a weekday and several times. Usually 6 months to 18 months are necessary for leaving, graduating from that. The Linux and how to use Linux and also the web server and also that automated and testing exam, JavaScript and React and are all covered in the curriculum. And in the Scrum system, Scrum format, and we actually do the e-learning system used in this school is to be developed by all the members, and the ideation and then web service is created based on your idea. The professional engineers are the mentors. So they have other major job, but as a sort of moonlighting, they provide you with teaching. And it's not only code review, it is not the stereotypical ones, unless those are professional engineers, they cannot be the mentors. So we do not have the graduate school students to work as a mentor. OSS education is a very important feature. I would like to elaborate on that later. Why do I focus on OSS education? In the programming school, OSS and education is part of the curriculum. It is not so often widely disseminated, but in programming school, OSS education is really vital. And software developing companies and should also have the OSS education. I believe so. And with regard to the OSS knowledge, how are the things getting on? I know that you have got the knowledge. Sometimes among the professional programmers, they say that, oh, that was developed by a layperson, and can we see that from inside? What is GPL? So some new people, somebody who joined this industry new say that, what is GPL? And can I look at the inside of GEM? But even we find some bugs, and we advise them to debug it and also post it. So we have been giving some individual education, individual advice. Why should we bother OSS education? The technological engineering capabilities are elevated, and they will get a higher motivation. Let me talk about the first one, the capabilities. OSS is actually supported by across the world. So if you have knowledge about the vicinity and the company only, you will become a frog and living in the world without knowing any ocean at all. And there is an issue that my company has got a genius programmer. Now, sometimes salespeople say that we have a genius and as a programmer, so we don't have to bother. But from our perspective, we know that, and so only in the limited organization of the company, people say that they are genius. But if you get involved in OSS activities, and you will not fall in that pitfall. Capabilities. You can learn the manners and the way of thinking and GitHub and a tool and whatever. So wherever you go, they are used. So you will get that mutually understood method. And the communication with the programmers should be done in what way? You can learn that. On the online facility, you can have the debate, the discussion to reach consensus. So you can actually lead the discussion to the goal, to where you would like to land. That is probably very important value when you work and when you live in society. Although not mentioned so often, general purpose software can be also learned. So in the OSS and through the OSS, people can learn how to create software. It's not depending on one particular OS, and it does not depend on specific software version. Therefore, you can learn how to create a general purpose software. The version up and continues, and the software can remain in society, in community for a long time. So you can learn how to make such a long-living software. In our company based on schools, there are very good students, and they are all get involved in OSS. They continue OSS. So mentors and capability, OS and activities, and the student and capabilities go beyond the mentors. And that could happen. But if you have got an OS and activities, it will not be the hindrance. They are graduate, and so they were invited to the Ruby Kaigi. They gave the speeches. So they actually went beyond the capabilities of mentor. So whoever is competent, and we encourage them to go beyond the mentor's capabilities so that in the OSS society world, they can advance further. Why is it necessary? The second point, motivation is elevated. In our school, there are many elements included in the in the curriculum. Programming cannot be mastered within short time. Therefore, what is most important or difficult is to keep the motivation. That is a very fundamental requirement. We run the school. The curriculum can be streamlined and developed, and how can the students learn the engineering effectively and also efficiently? We were thinking about that, but the fun should never be forgotten. On the part of the students, and they enjoy programming, so we don't have to bother afterwards. So how can we encourage them to enjoy fun and discover fun in programming? That is our task. In order for them to enjoy programming, what should we do? I think it is an OSS and activities, OS education. This was taken in the Ruby Kaigi and a field boot camp, and students and the current one and also alumni got together, and this photo was taken GitHub and was of great fun. And you also know that through the SNS. When compared with Instagram, and this is much better and enjoyable SNS. This photo was taken last year when they had an enjoying chat over drinks. And the content is really spectacular. Once you come to love it, and you will never forget about it. So never-ending training of the and also resource development. You will have higher capabilities and find even more fun and joy. What about the social dimension? OSS and activities will provide people with well-being and also the better ways, and so it will provide a better high-quality society. Programmers can be protected because that activity protect their own environment where they can enjoy programming. So that is providing them with a reason of being, reason of life. Therefore, I believe that the OSS education should be actually materialized. And so they understand how to contribute an OSS. So all the students have done at least once the contribution. In that case, this is a population from whom the excellent programmers will be born. Not everybody will continue OSS, but as long as they know how to do that, many programmers will be actually involved in the OSS related programming. Let me give you some actual curriculum details. Firstly, knowledge of OSS. In the curriculum, free software, OSS meaning and history is to be learned. And also the license and also the definition of OSS are to be learned too. They are very indispensable element. The contribution is made, so we support the contributor to OSS. If one tries to make contribution for the first time, it might be a bit of high hurdle. Hands-on program is available. OSS Gate has been collaborating with us. The students of our school can participate in that hands-on session. Hands-on event and program will be continued into the future. Therefore, everybody can understand that an OSS is not anything really special or unique. And we would like to create another situation where everybody has got the experience of contributing to OSS. Community support. So Ruby Kaigi, RubyWorld Conference, and also Rails Girls and Rails and Kaigi on Rails. We support them. And through GitHub sponsorship, and we support individual developers and contributors too. And we support the participation in the event and the program, which is very important because of the high barrier in many places, and sometimes they rather hesitate. So the school, and we say that they have anything and any other engagement. That's why you can't. But in the Ruby conference and Ruby Kaigai said that everybody goes to the Ruby World Conference. Why not? I always give that sort of message to the people I encounter. So if you pay all the financial cost, it might be a bit burden, financial and also psychological. And so we rent one detached house so that those students can live together, stay together. This is the male student. Memory house was introduced by Ms. Emory. The girls and the ladies can go to Emory house and the whatever expenses incurred are to be borne by our company. That was highly regarded and also welcomed by many participants. We are going to continue to do that. And we also recommend those people to become speakers. If you are invited to the live one, so maybe lightning talk is a good way of starting that. So the LT meeting where the initial speakers invited. So in this meeting, so don't make any negative feedback because all the speakers are the initial one. We have done it 13 times. So many people experience it, and the first lightning talk, and that was developed further to their contribution as a speaker in the local community and other environment. OSS and education started just recently, but we are witnessing that there is an increasing population and contributors to our great pleasure. Now, that was convened last month, and the alumni members from our school actually contributed 7 people. You can see those faces and in red circle. So this is a summary. In businesses and schools, OSS education should be promoted and actually conducted by our company's advertisement. In our company, we provide a program for the businesses and the companies. So if you are interested, please communicate with us. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much, Mr. Komagata.
駒形様の落ち着いたトーンで。
So you are a great speaker, and you said that aren't you thinking of going to the meeting and the Ruby conference, and maybe that is quite an important encouragement. So if you have got any question, he will be actually talking to you on other opportunities this evening, and if you can and have such an opportunity, please ask your questions. Thank you.
続きまして安ラボ株式会社安川洋平様のご講演になります。
Next speaker is Mr. Yohei Yasukawa of Yasukawa Corporation. Could you please wait a minute until the stage is ready?
.それでは準備が整いましたので講演に入ります。
Now we would like to start the session. Mr. Yohei Yasukawa is the CEO of Yasurabo Corporation. He is an IPA certified good super creator. And he developed earthquake preparedness app when he was studying in the United States. The app was very successful, and he started a business. And Rails tutorial and Rails guide is what he's doing. And AIIT and Kogaku University, the place he's giving lectures, and also he's in charge of the online training session of Shimane Prefecture Information Industry Association and the Sonic Garden Camp. Today, he will talk about education and LMM, 24-hour impact of 24-hour AI support on Ruby Rails learning. Mr. Yasukawa, could you please go ahead? Thank you very much for your kind introduction.
はい、 皆さん LLM って聞いたこと
Have you ever heard of
まあ
LLM?
っていう単語自体を初めて聞いたっていう方はいらっしゃるかな。
It may be your first time to hear the word LLM, like a chat GPT or generative AI. I think you have heard about that. So, in order to make chat GPT, LLM is one method. That's abbreviation for large language model. So LLM is something like chat GPT. So you have heard of it, but you may not touch it. So this is in case of chat GPT.
声が出てないですね。ちょっと
I don't hear the sound. No
音量
sound.
が多分出てないですけれども、
No voice is coming.
リアルカンファレンスについて教えてっていうと、
So this is a question asking, could you please tell me about RubyWorld conference? The RubyWorld conference, blah, 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 and a lot of programmer and companies participating. So if you ask a generic question and you get information, almost correct. But occasionally it's wrong. And this is what we call LLM.
僕ら開発者というか、まあ
We
一般の人たちが使えるようになって、まあ僕とかもそうなんですけど、
actually
機械学習専門家で
engaged in the development, and even I, who are not a specialist in the machine learning, can use it. Then ChatGPT API was released March 1st, like Python and JavaScript and Reason. So many people can actually use it to make ChatGPT. And there's a dialogue between them. And from the Ruby community, I actually joined that kind of discussion session. And Bill Gates, founder of Microsoft, said by having this kind of thing disseminated in the world, like a lot of problems can be solved, like labor shortage or education.
これ自体は実はもともとやりたかったことの一つなんです
So
よ。
this
という
is
のも
one of the things I wanted to say, like Georgia Institute of Technology or some university have already had a special team of machine learning, but I'm not a specialist, so I thought I want to do it. But with this as a trigger, I thought this is something I wanted to do, and I tried to come up with AI support. This is similar to demonstration. So this is API was used. So from the website, error message or question is sent, like a pending migration error is a question we ask. Then pending migration error is new migration file exists. So I think you understand it. So this kind of solution, what can be done to solve the problem is written.
ポイントになるので押さえておきますけど、今ハイライトしているところは
So highlighting the rake db migrate command is to be executed. If you know that, you think this is not really updated. So probably this is one solution, but Rails command is a state-of-the-art tool. So this is the AI's answer, but the answer is not always correct. So this is the LLM-based AI, and we should fully utilize it and how to bring value to the end user. So this is something I tried. In April, I had opportunity to work as a lecturer at university, so we released this version. So we tried to use it in the graduate school. So I already shared the results in several events, like 1,400 people attended the meeting. So I think that it's a big impact. And many people came to know about that. I think this is very good information and encouraging for everyone, not only Ruby users, but also other language users. And from May through November, we went to various places to introduce AI. And I now would like to summarize 3 points. So what kind of changes can we achieve? And of course, change can be good or negative. So what kind of improvement is necessary or challenge? And number 3, we want to enjoy this change. First of all, about change, I think this is the most understandable, simple data. So during 2 months, the 1 quarter of the lecture season, so number of the questions being asked, I have been working for that lecture since 2017, and 17 questions or 5 questions on the web. However, in 2023, the question could be asked. Then 345 questions was asked in 2 months. So I think so much difference has been made when AI was used. And also, not just asking question whether or not the result of the question was valuable. So we had a survey to the students, and some people don't use it, but about half of them say that periodically they are using that. They are using periodically the AI support, and most of people consider that was helpful. So, Lake DB migrate was the example. His answer is not really updated, but I think mostly the answer was acceptable. So I think the number of the question about 27 times. By introducing AI, people feel it's easier to ask questions, and person in charge of training or school operators can consider this is the good news, because we can find out how students make a question, how a student can make errors. So what kind of failure learners tend to have, then probably we can learn what we should teach so that students do not make the same mistakes. And also, we have to evaluate the results. Then, what should be, what is the reason of the question, and that should be clarified. So, just copy and paste is not a good way to answer questions. So, we should come up with a very good question to ask to the students. Also, I consider there are some parts to be improved, like questions, or when asking a question, I think students want to use AI to answer to the question, and most of the students said the question itself is not too bad because students could use AI and they could think by themselves. However, there are AI users, non-AI users, and students said that in the area they are familiar with, they don't have to use AI. However, in the area they are not familiar with, they want to use AI. And also, they want to show their effort to show that this is not a copy and paste. And for example, source is always necessary to answer to the question. And there's a lot of complaints. So because the students do not know the AI's answer is really correct, because currently ChatGPTs are not sure source of the information. So if you require source, it's too much demanding task. So I said it's okay to answer without source of the information. Then, as you can see, this is answer from the students to my question, because in case of LMM, to one question they offer lot of answers, 3 or 4 answers. And then let's see the number of the question, 103, and the number of students 32. There are so many, like more than 3,200 times I have to evaluate the answer. That's too much work, too much burden. So second week, so this is a Kogakuin University I'm trying. I'm going to make some improvement. By the way, you can see the number is increasing, number of students. So they are actually learning Ruby at the very beginning. Were few, so the number may be decreased because some students might drop out of the course. But I think a large number of the students very much interested in Ruby Rails and web application development. So I think it's still okay to use AI to answer to my question.
questions. So on the assumption of using AI, I ask question. And I do not want to have students to answer with 3 or 4 items. So my scoring criteria is as follows. So in one answer, all the items are correct. Then that's a good answer. So if there are 1 or 2 answers and items are incorrect, then that's a failure. So that way, student will be eager to research more whether or not a certain item answer is really correct or not. So I think that's gonna be a good trend for the students. So only when all the items in one answer is correct, then I consider it's good answer, no failure. So we hope to enjoy the changes. So we want to support the users more. And more fun is as follows. Like in case of AIIT curriculum, the Ruby way is used for web development and framework development. First one person work and then several person work. And then new product is made by one person. So in case of AIIT, this is a curriculum, and this is similar case for Kogakuin University. Then cross problem should be solved, and generative AI can be helpful. For example, I think I can implement AI question support. I think many people can many other things. So I think we can share each other what kind of example we can get so that there will be more and more people get excited to work on Ruby. And I hope in the world many people can challenge to everything. And I brought a lot of things today. I released this one. Just like me, product have AI actually implemented inside, and 2 trials and samplers, which is SNN, and SNS have ChatGPT like API. This is Ninja SNS. This is the expansion case. I'm going to have a dialogue with him so that what is the challenging point, so that everyone can learn from this dialogue. And I would like to introduce various cases. And we have this in our official website. This is some tips about AI, why it's successful, why it's not successful. Some tips are introduced. And last week at Tokyo University, a forum was held, and so many people create things. And this was released last year, so AI to be explained easily and slowly. And if you follow the text, you can make video, and also that, like a national permanent diet manuscript. Minutes can be made into manuscripts that can be done by students. And currently, in the SNS and media, you often hear something like people who have difficulty in speaking can fully utilize this kind of generative AI or LMM so that they can communicate with others. So that kind of products are available, and it's less than 1 year since this type of AI became available, but I think many people can easily solve problems by using this new technology. So right now, you may consider some technology difficult. However, in the future, you may feel it much easier. You can learn through making, and you can make something new after learning. So by repetition of these trials, including myself and learners, we can provide and create new values. This is my conclusion with AI. This is a new paradigm, so change has been made, and there are some challenges and improvement we had. So I'm now working on that, and we should be able to enjoy the changing. So we can utilize the fully new technology to solve the current problems, and we can enjoy creating and working. No, this is about YouTube. I have a lot of information available on YouTube, and thank you very much for your attention.
ありがとうございました。いろいろと質
Thank you
問
very
もあ
much.
るかと思いますけ
I
れども、
think
時
you
間の都
might
合上
want to
ご質問
want to ask a lot of questions, but because of time constraint, could you please ask him individually? So I think I'm so excited listening to him. Thank you very much.
続きまして、ガーネックテック373株式
The
会社
next speaker
五十
is
嵐
Mr.
邦明様の
Kuniaki
ご講演と
Igarashi
なります。
of
準備が整い次第
Ghana
始め
Tech
させていただきます。
373 company. He will begin as soon as the equipment is ready.
Now, それでは講演に入ります。
Thank you for
ご講
waiting.
演をいただきます。
Now,
五
we
十嵐
introduce to you the
邦明様は
speaker again,
フリーラ
Mr.
ンスレールズ
Kuniaki
エンジニアとして
Igarashi. He is the
2019
freelance Rails engineer, and he founded in 2019 Garnet Tech 377 company. He is the CEO of this company and has been active on various fronts. He is an advisor to Field Boot Camp and assistant lecturer to Shimane Ruby Camp, and he has authored many books on Ruby, Ruby for Super Beginners, Rails textbook, A Perfect Ruby on Rails, Rails exercise book, learning guide for Ruby and Rails, for instance. Today he's going to speak under the theme of enhancing learning experiences with real-time advice tool, Rubo Sensei. Now, Igarashi-san, you have the floor. Thank you very much.
五十嵐と申します。
I am
ガーネッ
Igarashi.
トテック373株式会社という会社をやっております。
I'm now running a company, Garnet Tech 373, and I'd like to serve as a technical advisor in various companies, if you may allow me to do so. And I am an advisor to Field Root Camp, and for Shimane, I'm an assistant lecturer to Ruby Camp, although I've been rather busy to take that capacity. And recently we had a baby, and my wife and this little baby sent me off to this conference warmly. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my wife and my little baby. Now, today I'd like to discuss the Rubo Sensei, a tool I made. This is a tool to enhance your coding environment on a real-time basis. One of the ways we'd like to see for Ruby is to improve the Ruby development experience. When someone is doing coding with Ruby, we'd like to give a real-time advice. Such a coding environment is what I would like to provide through Rubo Sensei. The better coding and the better way to write a code are given as an advice on a real-time basis. In this coding environment, we don't use AI right now. In this lecture, I'd like to talk about this coding environment, Rubo Sensei, and there are so many AI software programs, and this could be a rival for Rubo Sensei. But how my tool is different from those AI-based tools, and what is going to be the future of Rubo Sensei? And I hope that you'll be able to find this tool very attractive and interesting one to use to enhance your coding experience. And so this is the VS Code. Suppose that there is a Ruby code, and if you place a cursor here, else if is explained, and this is Rubo Sensei's job, advice. This is _1, a number parameter. Recently, this is introduced as a Ruby grammar, and if there is anything you don't know as a programmer, the Rubo Sensei would give you an answer or advice. This is a method. Ampersand and colon uppercase is suggested as a replacement. So this is another advice given from Rubo Sensei. So in this way, Rubo Sensei gives an advice regarding what is the meaning of the code and how to write it better on a real-time basis. In certain cases, if the user doesn't understand how to read a code, the Rubo Sensei can also teach the meaning of the code. And this is all I want to say in my lecture today. Those are the things which are given as advice by Rubo Sensei. For instance, the use case instead of else if. The ones above are something which are quite useful for beginners, and those in the middle are about relatively new Ruby grammars, and there are some explanations given by Rubo Sensei about those new grammars. And the bam variable down at the bottom is difficult to read at the first glance, but you may be able to read if there is explanation or advice given by Rubo Sensei. So this is what I showed you earlier already. Else if can be replaced by case. That is an advice from Rubo Sensei on a real-time basis. Each method can be replaced by map method, another advice. Bam variable. I will come back to this later for further details. Then, how is this mechanism made? A program, advice program, LSP, and editor. LSP is a protocol to regulate and control editor, and it absorbs the differences between editors, and it can be used with VS Code or Emacs. For RuboCop, ecosystem will help the job much easier, and Rubo Sensei is on the RuboCop ecosystem. RuboCop is the static analysis tool and analysis rule for Ruby code. So RuboCop and custom cop is implemented on Rubo Sensei. So with RuboCop functions, LSP and editor are controlled. Recently, LSP is now a standard item on RuboCop, so it has made things easier. RuboCop also has an auto collect function, therefore code replacement can also be possible. This is how to use Rubo Sensei. This is how to write and execute bundle install. And .RuboCop mail, Rubo Sensei makes a lecture category, and that should be turned on. And if you want to focus only on Rubo Sensei's advice, the setting down at the bottom can be used. And VS Code RuboCop is installed for activation. Very easy. Now, what is the implementation by Rubo Sensei? When you write a cop of RuboCop, you use the statistical analysis AST to see whether that code is to be advised or not. So parser gem And for some analysis, type prof can be used for type inference, and RubyCop, LSP, and VS Code are also used. Those are the areas I would like to speak more about, but for the interest of time, I will not go through in detail. RubyCop Custom Cop, the way to use it is written in my book, Rails exercise book, so please refer to that. This is for Bam Bam Fu, Rubo Sensei's implementation about this advice. In Ruby code, perhaps this is something you would like to ask advice from your advisor or senior engineer. And this is a code using a tool, not operation, BAM. And this is something you like to use when you want to convert to true and false. This is inside. As I touched upon a bit earlier, AST is used to judge the code in question. AST is an intermediate representation made at the time of Ruby code execution. Ruby code, it's directly judgment. In comparison to that, ASP judgment is to make things easier. You don't need to worry about the presence or absence of space or number of spaces, and also the way types of string writing, such as single author, double author. Here, document and Ruby code can be used like Bam Bam Fu and AST. If you implement this as a RubyCop custom cop, RubyCop is to use a parser gem, and that helps in many ways. AST is produced by this, and there are many callback methods. In this case, onSend is used. Method callout during AST. When you see send AST, onSend method is called up, and also the method argument AST result is passed on to method argument, and there are many useful, convenient callback methods. So what to do is to prepare a message to be presented on the screen and check the AST to see whether the code should be given a certain advice on improvements, and after the judgment for presentation of offense method is called out, and for we consider what the judgment should be made and send something ban, and there's another one inside that one, so the judgment code is down at the bottom. So this is the summary, this is the code. Other rules are also implemented in the same manner, and then the presentation text as advice must be produced. It uses a RubyCop, but there are ways of use of RubyCop different from others. Ruby Sensei works to give advice and explanation. So it may not be a problem, but in certain cases, Ruby Sensei shows such an areas. And also, RubyCop message is difficult to understand for some beginners. But in Ruby Kaigi 2021, Oba said the same thing. So in comparison to RubyCop, Ruby Sensei gives a more easy to understand advice. And also, on and off, once learned, Ruby Sensei doesn't show the same advice, so it can be turned off. So real-time advice is given from Ruby Sensei. Understanding the significance of the code and writing a better code can be taught, and checking at AST to see whether advice should be given or not. And right now, AI is not used. In order to make Ruby Sensei convenient, we have to implement so many examples and advices. Now, different AI, which may be a rival to Ruby Sensei. Let me compare. them. First, Chat GPT. Mr. Yasukawa has already mentioned a very well-known example. You can use a chat format, and GitHub Copilot proposes Ruby code or insert Ruby codes on VS Code. I use this, and at the high level of probability, it produces a good code. But whether or not there is any bug in the generated code or something, is it what you want, needs to be judged by the implementer himself. And GitHub Copilot Chat. This is also usable on VS Code in a chat format. It proposes a code, or you may ask a question in a chat style. It's like a chat GDP usable on VS Code. This is very well made. It can handle a variety of questions. In most cases, it gives you the right, good answers. But there are a lot of demonstrative, such as that and this, and it might be difficult for you to identify what that or what this means. And I'd like to show you some of the pitfall areas you may need to pay attention to for GitHub Copilot Chat. Tell me about search. And the GitHub Copilot Chat gives you such an example as shown in the middle. Title like question mark. It looks okay, but it's not good. As a matter of fact, for like clause, there must be a sanitization. If you use a placeholder for where, that's okay, but for like clause, sanitization is necessary. But in this case, SQL injection seems to be being proposed. So if you know that this may not be right, then you can ask whether you need a sanitization or not. Then this chat answers that sanitization is necessary. Then chat proposes the right question for sanitization. But in the very beginning, you need to know and question the chat whether sanitization is necessary or not. You need to have that background knowledge. When you compare such an AI system with the RubySensei, RubySensei's answers are more or less guaranteed correct if my ideas are correct, and you can design how to learn. But a lot of examples need to be implemented. On the other hand, AI gives you an assistance on a broad range of questions, and you need to write codes manually. Once AI goes through a training, they can give you answers. And also dynamic interaction with the user is a very big advantage. It's really hard to do that much manually. But LLM has such a merit and advantage. But as of today, whether the answer which came back is right or not has to be determined by the user themselves. Now, about RubySensei, we would like to increase the range of advice. And if possible, I'd like to ask AI to do the advice implementation. I wonder if that's possible. And also, I'd like to increase the expression range of expression on editor by using LSP. What I want to do is to reduce the distance between textbooks and coding environment. I sometimes really wish that for this particular code, you need to you can just go to this book, this particular section. And also, if you want to deep dive, you can get instant advice that you can go to this book and that book. Through RubySensei, you can learn this step by step, but as a kind of a dream, I hope to have such a support from AI. I did some study on this particular question, LMM and RAG. And after making RubySensei learn through this, the following result was obtained: LLM plus RAG
GPT をパワーアップできるみたいなものなんで
This
すけど、
is about the way to increase the power of GDP by training. You prepare a training materials and then ChatGPT learn the data. The learning code is in
自
Python.
分が書いたレールズ練習帳を入力
I
して学習させて、
wrote a book, Rails
教え
exercise,
てを質問してみま
and
した
I let AI learn this, and I asked the question, tell me about like
ちゃんとこの SQL インジェクシ
search,
ョンを
and
しない
it
ような
gives me a
もの
good
を
answer,
出してくれる。でこれすごいいい答え
which really
書いてるんですよ。
took into the consideration of SQL injection I mentioned earlier. Well, actually, they AI learned my book, so it's only natural that they gave me an answer which satisfied me.
安い世の中のインターネットの情報とかで間違いやすいものもこうやってなんか上書きで学習させていけば、
If
ちゃんと
we make AI learn some of the areas which tend to give you the wrong answers, then we might be able to reduce the chances that AI gives you a not correct answer. And I hope Rails exercise, my book, is going to be used as the training data for machine learning. And I sincerely hope that not for profit use, I wish that the contents of my book, Rails exercise, used as a training data for LLM and machine learning. And of course, for commercial use, we can talk with that possibility. I hope that I'll be able to respond as flexibly as possible. But for whether for Rails exercise, at least for that one, I assure that this can be used for training purpose for a non-profit basis. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much.
時間の都合上、ご質問は個別にお願いしたいと思いますが、
Because of time limitation, please ask him
奥様、お子様
questions on an individual basis. You now have a baby. Did you buy a souvenir for your wife and baby? I'm going to. There is a souvenir shop, and there is a lot of goods for Shimaneko. So please drop by. Thank you very much.
続きましてソフトバンク株式会社田辺由
Next
美
speaker
様
is Ms. Yubi Tanabe
専門学校杉山浩一郎様
with
の講演とな
SoftBank
り
and
ますが、
Mr.
ここで
Koichiro
一旦
Sugiyama
約
with
30分間の
Matsue
休憩といたします。
Vocational
次のご講演は
School.
15時45分から開始い
We
たします。
will begin the next
この
presentation
休
at
憩
a
時間
quarter
に
to
1
4.
回大展
And
示場
during
で
this
コーヒ
break
ーのサービ
in
スをしてお
a
ります。
large
どうぞご利
exhibition
用く
hall
だ
on
さ
the
い。
first floor, coffee is served.
会場出
Please
入り
help
口付
yourself.
近には
And
協賛
also
スポンサー様の
at the
広報物がございま
entrance
す。
to this hall,
どうぞご
you
自由
may
にお持
find
ち帰りください。
some
1階大展示場には
sweets
ルビープラチナ協賛
from
企
the
業による展
sponsors.
示ブースがございます。
Also in the first floor exhibition hall, there were exhibition booths by Ruby and Platinum sponsors. From 320 Platinum companies, Shimane OSS, and from 330 Platinum sponsor company, Fenriel are going to make short presentations. Please drop by.
1階大展示場にお越しください。
Those attendees in the conference may use a parking space in Kunibiki Messe free of charge, so please drop by at the first floor large exhibition hall for that purpose. Thank you very much.
まもなくプログラムを再開いたします。お席にお着きください。
Now we would like to resume the session. Could you please be seated?
Now それでは再開させていただきます。
Now we would like to resume the session. We would like to introduce the speakers. Mr. Yumi Tanabe graduated from the Matsue National Institute of Technology College and from the Information Technology Department. And she was in the IoT office, and small B was the main core research item, and the visual item was developed block, and also Ruby, the mutual convergence system was used. She was awarded the best research program for the graduation. After graduating, she had a job in SoftBank Inc. And then as an engineer, she is making large contribution for programming and also. So she is there and she is wearing that crab hat. The next speaker is from Mr. Koichiro Sugiyama. He graduated from Hokkaido University in 2007, and he is Dr. Sugiyama in Kyushu University, the National Observatory Hokkaido University, JAXA. He made a contribution as a special researcher, and he became postdoc and researcher. In 2016, he became the associate professor at Matsue Junior College of Engineering. In 2023, he became the professor. He is focused on IoT research and also the planet and information studies, and also the climatology as well. So they will discuss that small B and also programming education, utilizing those knowledge and also engineering resources. Small B and MRuby are used in programming. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to start the presentation. The title is Matsuba Crab Robot Contest, and this shows an NHK's news. I would like to show you the self-programmed crab type robot contest was held in Matsue City. Robotic competition with the children in order to encourage children to get more familiarized with the programming. About 20 primary school students applied. They participated in this competition by creating their own programming and also robots. In this competition, primary students were using the sensor. The sensor was used for getting information. This is a crab type of robot. This the map was supposed to be that the outer space, and then the scores were given when they got a point and not the destination. So it was a competition to get a higher point. They were participants and they were pleased when their robots were successfully navigating, and sometimes they were sad when they failed to do so. They were encouraging robots to be successful in competition. I have introduced you to that news. As shown here, Matsuba Crab Robot Contest wasn't actually the name of this program. The Venus Search Expedition wasn't actually the background. It was an assumption, and the line trace was on the map, and they were back and forth by clearing certain milestones. points and they could get a point. This was a robotic competition. I would like to introduce to you the background and also the development of tools and also the workshops and what we have learned through this program. Sugiyama is my name, and I would like to give the introductory part as well as the conclusion. Let me introduce to you the background and how it happened. These days, programming education is introduced in primary education. The community involvement is important, and also businesses can be involved. I belong to the Matsue College in the National College of Engineering. There are various requests coming to us, and to have shooting game is one of them. Small B is used, and IoT is used for the curriculum. And I sometimes GPS and also the treasure hunt programs are prepared, developed. And I was not totally satisfied with what I have developed because we go to the schools and give those programs once and for all. Especially IoT is used and they are not actually so easily repeating what they have learned. But the programming requires the iterative learning. So what is the solution? How can we resolve that problem? So we give them some trigger by going to school and invite them to join our session. But it is once and for all. It not only having that sort of workshop, and we would like to have another program later, and the competition is one of them. The students can be motivated to get higher points, so this would be continuous and motivation. And the local community involvement is important. Not only I do that, but also the local community members can be involved as well. As a result, and there will be the increased opportunities for them to do programming. This is actually the robot competition program was available. And in the one of the artisan area, they had some program. Don't you do that together with us? It was a motivative for us, and we are highly encouraged to join them. This is called the local community Robocon in 9 places and across the nation. Robot competition is done IT-based, and also it is in the Fukui Prefecture, the Echizen Club Robotics was the initiation that was disseminated across the nation. Rules are the same, but actually the motive they use is slightly different depending on the region. Local community involvement is very important. In the community, small b and mb slash system can be used. mruby/c can be used. While given the support from the Matsue City, I have been organizing the small b learning session. Together with iTalk and mruby/c is introduced in our junior college education for engineering. As a result, small b to mruby/c are utilized, and by using them, the easy programming is often achieved. So there was such an environment. As a sort of refinement and elevation of such a system, we could introduce a robot competition program in our area too. So that was a background. There are certain features. In Fukui Prefecture, they have certain frame. We would like to copy and paste it in here, emulate it, and we actually prepare the materials and reflecting the local culture. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Tanabe to continue the presentation. Thank you very much. And so I would like to continue the discussion, and I would like to give you more details. Let me introduce myself. In self-introduction, I was born and brought up in Matsue. I am 21 years old. And last year, I was working and studying under the mentorship of Dr. Sugiyama. And since the graduation, I work in SoftBank, and it is the fourth time for me to come back to Matsue. I really love this region and this city. I would like to talk about the development of programming too. I chose that subject as the research subject and for graduation. This is the club robot. This is an NS robot, club robot. We just emulated, but that microprocessor is another our schools and a special order one and a dedicated firmware is written in here. This and the robot is run and operated and through our system. I will show you how they move. This is a program. So Synth is a programming tool based one. We created it and based on the Synth. It is a web application type. So blocks are downloaded and actually you can accumulate it and to reach the complete program. So 1 second forward and then stop. That is a program I am working on now. Program written, therefore it is written into my microprocessor and you connect this one. So web serial is necessary. Serial information is you can be possible by this API. So serial communications have been established through which we can write in that program. Now, writing is complete and it is disconnected and then you switch on the robot. It is a crab-shaped robot. So this is how it started to run and drive on the course. This is the overall timeline and synth programming and compile server, another one. And written writing, so it is conversion so that it can be written in serial communication for the writing of the data. It was all completed within the browser. Programming tool, Synth has got certain features. I would like to talk about them. It is completed and within browser, a small b extension. Small b extension. Small b is based on the Scratch. That is a block programming tool. Blocks can be accumulated for the programming process. So block tab and also Ruby tab are both existent. You can use both tabs. Block and also Ruby can actually exchangeable. My microprocessor control function can be added as extension, and then that mutual conversion function is also incorporated. This is an Micron block needs our own proprietary technology. For that robot operation, the dedicated block is available. And there are two types, easy one and also normal one. Why are there two categories? In the current programming education, visual programming is actually used from visual to the text programming. So assumption is that stepwise development in the primary and the junior high block programming, whereas in senior high, the text programming is now taught. From block to the text transition and conversion is not so easy. It's not a straightforward task either. Between block and also Ruby, between the easy and also Ruby, something similar enough to Ruby, but not totally Ruby. Ruby can be actually inserted as a sort of intermediary, and we did experimentation. Let me give you some details about each category. The easy one, for each block, multiple, as you see, 3 Ruby codes are corresponding to. Therefore, you can write and program very easily. In the normal one, in one block, and one Ruby code is actually connected. So it means that you can have wider variety. Ruby and also block and mutual exchange is possible. It is facilitated. Block tab and Ruby tab are both present, so you can go back and forth between the two. And by changing block and Ruby, change that way. And if you change Ruby, and then the block changes that in that way, so you can have this and the overview, and also how they are related to each other. And this is a line tracing program which we have developed. So we use those tools, but they were actually publicly available in GitHub website. If you are interested, please access it and use it.
Now, the lecture and test run and competition. I would like to talk about this more in detail. The lectures, 2-day lectures, so the same content, so participants can join either of the day. 24 primary school kids joined, mainly that elderly, 5th and 6th grade, and the kids are actually related or familiar kids who are the members of the Ruby community and OSS Council or Shimane Prefecture, because such kind of known kids probably are easy to communicate. That's the reason why through this connection we found the participants. And in the morning, the robot assembly, and in the afternoon, basics of programming. That's what they learned. And easy category was used for category, and later that ordinary category and Ruby category was also used. And at the end of the lecture, to what extent they can do. I think kids are very much excited. So just one way, line tracing of the course could be hardly achieved or somehow achieved by many kids. And not big difference among participants. So we were wondering what to do if all the results were tied. Well, from the lecture to the competition, each one could work on for the improvement others. And robots and PC actually landed, and also part of the course was distributed, and we actually answered to the questions by the parents. Right hand side, you can take a look at the question given by the parents and our answer. And left hand side, right, a kid was very happy after he achieved something. He was very happy, apparently. Then, this is the test run. This is the day before the competition. This is for the final adjustment. So the lecture was a kind of the classroom style session, but in this case, voluntarily kids were to support, but 95% of the participants of the lecture came. So we were very happy because such a high turnout was recorded. And this is Matsuba Crab Robot Competition. Well, there are elimination round and then final round. Then left-hand side, you can see the result, and top 4 could actually participate in the finals. And then MS team, the right-hand side could be the final winner, and Matsuba Crab was the prize. And almost everyone could achieve the one-way track, and top kids actually could go to the middle and drop the probe and came back to the original point. So there's a design award. So we asked the kids to make the robot, which looked like a crab, and they had elaborated design, and this was the winner for the design award from team 14. So from educational aspect, we learned something. That is, the initiative to the programming. The day before the competition, 95% of our kids participated, so they were eager to do. And also, voluntarily, they did voluntarily, and 5 hours, the average. And some kids actually worked on this for 20 hours. I think they were very enthusiastic. And to what extent they worked on and its relationship with ranking. Now, from the sample program, to what extent they had the editing. So editing rate and ranking was considered. And correlation coefficient was 0.4. So the kids had more editing, had higher writing. Now, the percentage or category which was used for the preparation and easy category 30%, ordinary category 65, Ruby category 3.5. And in the lecture meeting, we just covered easy category. However, many kids wanted to use a 60 ordinary category, and some used Ruby category, so they were highly motivated. And some actually used Ruby. But they seldom had experience of programming before this. So from the block programming to text programming, they could shift from that way. And our competition program actually helped them for develop. Then 95% of kids said the tool was easy to use. So this is a children-friendly tool. Then this is a summary of educational approach. And in programming education, this kind of event was useful. So, and the lecture, kids could go just one way. However, they improved, and a very high level result was achieved on the competition day. So I think this was very, very useful to motivate children. And when winner was known, all the kids were so happy and excited. So I think the adults were very much moved by kids so happy and excited about the results. Now, I would like to talk about now. So we wanted to work together with the community. So let's see that aspect. So as we planned, we had a good collaboration with the local community, like NIT Matsue and Shimane OSS Council, Matsue City, Shimane Prefecture. We all work together. Right-hand side, you can see this is the preparation of the day before the competition, and also you can see the number of staff breakdown from all the organization. Staff came, and it shows a good collaboration of these 4 organizations. And this is created by Matsue City. Ruby City Matsue actually displayed by this photo. So this is that photo taken at the time of a competition. So people who are in various positions in the community all get together and they are excited. So I think this was very successful to work with the community. Then future aspect, and this is the update. This photo shows one event in the center. Matsuba Club robot competition is advertised like this. So I didn't ask, but voluntarily people started to talk to various parties that it was fun, it was interesting. So words out of mouth results. So we do have a lot of plan for the visiting lectures, not only Matsue City, but also Yasugi, Masuda, and the competition already planned in Yasugi and Matsuda. And the green color is not initiated by us like NIT Matsue. So green color shows the kind of the spontaneous initiative by the local people. This is the case of Yasugi City. So the graduate of NIT Matsue, Okuda-san wanted to have the similar competition, so he became an organizer. And with support of the community people, that's how they are working on. And the right-hand side, you can see big poster is now distributed to primary and junior high school. October 21st, as you can see on the left-hand side, the community people get together and they have the lecture meeting for the creating rockets. And this is the case of Masuda City. In this case, Masuda City municipal office people work hard so that people can support there. And we are going to have the visiting lecture, and it's almost always done by NIT teachers, but other people are happy to work as a teachers or visiting lectures. So we would like to encourage to expand this circle. I think community collaboration and alignment was very successful for the competition, and as a result, the programming opportunity increased, and also IT literacy in the community can be enhanced. That's how we can contribute. So I think the Ruby, and we did, thanks to having Ruby, we could do it very well, and also all the people concerned had fun and considered that interesting. So other people were influenced and they wanted to try more, and there are other initiatives started in areas except for Matsue City. So I have less than 5 minutes to talk. This is so I do not go into the conclusion, and this is just one photo. As I have already talked, for the continuous learning, so as a package of lecture meeting and competition, we actually tried, and this is our record, and that was a pre-competition we had, which was introduced by Tanabe-san, and the first Matsuba Crab Robot competition will be held in January. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anna, for your presentation. Now we'd like to entertain some questions from the audience. Is there any question? And if you have, please raise your hand and let us know. We would like to entertain some questions from the audience. For the presentations we have listened to now. Thank you very much. So it was very, very actually impressive. That's wonderful and spectacular because everybody was having big smile, and particularly children. And they were actually superb, weren't they? And the capabilities were enhanced, and they had very superb ideas in their mind. That was very impressive. If at the moment there is no question, if you have other questions later, please communicate with them. So we would like to express our sincere thanks and through the big round of applause.
When you hear Matsubaga ni crab, so and I'm thinking Matsumoto-san wearing that kind of crab here. I wish I could see him wearing that crab costume. Now we are going to have the closing ceremony soon. So could you please wait a minute until the stage is ready for you? And someone dropped earphones, so there was one set of earphone kept at the reception. And please contact 303 Secretariat if it's your earphone set. Thank you.
So now we'd like to have the closing ceremony. The chairman of the Executive Committee of the RubyWorld Conference 2023 would like to make a closing address. Mr. Inoue, please. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are not too tired. I hope you enjoy the two-day conference. Well, whatever happened, the closing time comes. This is something I feel every year. So let me commence the closing ceremony. Please bear with me for a few more minutes to go. So, as has been said, this is the 15th ceremony, 15th anniversary of the conference. So this is the 15th time for me to close the ceremony. And now the number of visitors 474 yesterday and 306 today. So in total 780 attendees to the conference. Thank you very much indeed for such a great turnout. And every year, Mr. Matsumoto writes the objective of the conference. It says that we are very happy that we are able to have this in-person, face-to-face meeting. And this has been the 30th year since the birth of Ruby, and Ruby is not dead, and the community is healthy and quite alive. And he was expecting Ms. Emory to speak over community. So you should be looking forward to the conference, and let's form a future together. This was the purpose he wrote. Let's continue to work for a better future. And this RubyWorld conference executive committee is made of those organizations and their representatives. And this is the member of advisors, starting with the governor and the mayor. And members of the executive committee, Mr. Matsumoto as the chairman, and those are the members of the committee who worked hard for the preparation. This is a program committee. The proposals and the presentations we received in response to our call for papers, they selected the presentations out of them, and the working group worked for all kinds of preparations, and those are the members of the working group. And special sponsors, again, Shimane Prefecture and Matsue City, thank you very much for your very generous support. And from the corporate sponsors, as Ruby sponsors, we have Unpad Company Limited and GMO Pepper Bowl Company Limited and NSCL. Those are the Ruby sponsors. Thank you very much for your generous sponsorship. And platinum sponsors, AWA System Management, Laiche Redmine, Foreign Technology, Ruby Business Promotion Organization, Vital Reed Company Limited, Help Field Corporation, and Ashitano Team Company Limited, and High R, Yaru, Liberty Fish Company Limited, E-Grid, Sky Company Limited, and Shimane OSS Council, and the Fenrir Company. Thank you to those platinum sponsors. And this year, we were able to have special sponsors as response sponsor and nursery sponsor M3 Inc. and Wild and Stores. Thank you very much. More sponsors, gold sponsors, Shimane Information Processing Center, Sprout, Japan Business Press, Media Weaver, Matsuke Company Limited, Medley Company, MedPeer, CMC Solutions, and Techno Project, Smart HR, TSK Information System Company Limited, Pentasnet, and Internet Initiative Japan. Those are gold sponsors. Thank you very much. Silver sponsors, Shiorabo, a not-for-profit organization, Lightweight Ruby Forum, Open Group, Japan High Soft, Ichibata Railway Company Limited, Kuon, Pasona Corporation, and Bumbu Japan, Acute Syscom, Trust Software, Fund Next, Hot Factory, OSS Vision Company Limited, Lokka, Manyo Company Limited, and Fujitsu Dogrun Inc., Smart Style, Probismo, 5 times Ruby Company Limited, Takeu Web, and Eiko. Thank you very much. So those are special sponsors. Platinum 13, reception sponsor 2, nursery sponsor 1, gold sponsor 12, and silver sponsor 22, and special sponsor 2, and ruby sponsor 3. So in total, 55 organizations have supported us in realizing this conference. Once again, thank you very much. And Secretariat. Ichibata Railway Company worked as a secretariat. Thank you very much for your hard work. And working group. Of course, we were not drinking in preparing for the conference. We had meetings online, and sometimes we had this in-person meetings. So we had a hybrid collaboration online and on-site. And Ichibata Railway Company, thank you very much once again. And interpreters from Simo International, they are up there in the booth. And ASP, they did the lighting job. And for personal computer, Mr. Iwaishi, he helped all the speakers. And for web streaming, Eiko, and the camera crew, Foam. Thank you very much. And at the reception, Ruby Association was gathering the individual sponsors. Of course, they are still trying to get more individual sponsors. We hope you enjoyed the tea break, and thank you very much indeed for serving tea and sweets. And the Platina sponsors and above had these exhibition booths. I hope you visited them, and I hope you enjoyed the discussion with them. And again this year, Ms. Miwa Ishihara served as MC. Yesterday she had a beautiful white dress, and today she has a dress which was remodeled from kimono dress. And for the opening ceremony, after Matsumoto-san's opening address, Governor and Mayor and Ogawa took the floor, and Mr. Matsue said that we are going to begin Shimane Ruby Project 2.0. And as a keynote, Mr. Matsumoto stood on the podium, and he went through various languages, and he highlighted Ruby at the very end. And Ruby Prize. Mr. Kevin Newton got the prize. Congratulations to Kevin-san, and Fujinami-san and Kaneko-san. Congratulations to you too. It really demonstrated the power of Shopify. Thank you and congratulations. Ruby Prize awarding ceremony and speakers. And on Wednesday, a Ruby Biz Grand Prix was held, and Q Service got the grand prize, and they also made presentations in the Ruby World Conference. All of those services are very interesting and exciting, and it really made us once again realize that we are assisted by Ruby behind the scene in our daily life. And this is for reception, great sashimi, and you might think that this person in blue had took all of it, but of course not. The sashimi was really great, and Ms. Emori said in her talk, and I hope you took souvenirs and goods. And Shimaneko appeared, and I'm sure that Ms. Emory liked it very much. And on day 2, the opening address was delivered by Mr. Maeda as usual. He talked about Ruby Week, which we began this year, and he said that diversity, equity, and inclusion were the important principles. And he mentioned that we should all enjoy the conference in that spirit. And those are all speakers. Speakers, thank you very much for your contributions. So these are the speakers. So let me show you the photos. Mr. Iwase tells of the Rails. He introduced the title and how Ruby is used in that title. And Mr. Yamaji, Intel SGX, a computation environment, confidential environment, and Mr. Hirota discussed huge XML, and he discussed the use of Ruby. And Mr. Moon Fan Ten discussed the use of web in Ruby for political party management, and RBS was discussed by Kuwabara-san, and Mr. Seki discussed ERP and the Pokemon card. Thank you very much, Seki-san. And Mr. Sasada discussed the concurrent parallel processing, and Ms. Itakura discussed, well, she made a very fast, quick presentation. My mind was too slow to catch up with her presentation, but it was a very interesting presentation about the use of Ruby. And day 2, Ishii-san and Higashi-san discussed mRuby and mRuby/3/C, and these two gentlemen show that mRuby and mRuby/C are going to go together in the future. And from Kobe Medical Center, Central Citizens Hospital, and the use of Ruby application for the staff shift management at the hospital, and Komagata and Igarashi discussed. From Mr. Komagata discussed OSS education. Learned must make a giant leap, he said. And Mr. Yasukawa discussed what can be done with education with LLM, but then that will increase the number of reports and essays. And Mr. Igarashi discussed the way to enhance Ruby coding environment, and he discussed his invention, Rubo Sensei. And Ms. Tanabe and Mr. Sugiyama discussed Matsubagani Crab Robocon. I was also engaged in that contest, and Mr. Tanabe was still a student, but now she is such a productive member of the society, and I'm sure that this robot contest will continue, and I encourage your children to take part in that contest. Thank you very much to all the speakers. And this year, we had Ms. Emory as a keynote speaker. From Tuesday, she had been really nervous and she was drinking alcohol to relax herself. But she gave a very encouraging speech with emphasis on diversity and the activities of community. And I really feel that Ruby community will continue to be really thriving and active. And we have run Ruby Week this week, and tomorrow Rails Girl will be held. And so I hope you will continue to enjoy this week. And thus, the 15th slide on this 15th anniversary. Congratulations on the anniversary. Just for your information, is there anyone who has attended all 15 conferences? 2 people? 3 people. We have made a special token for you. I was going to make it a surprise, but Mr. Sugihara mentioned this already yesterday, so you perhaps know what was coming. So this is for you. Thank you. And Maeda-san and Fukui-san. So this is the gift, Ruby World Conference RWC. Not Ruby, but Ruby. Those T-shirts have been on sale, but 3 more are still there, and 13,000 yen per T-shirt. Thank you very much for 2 days, and I do hope that I will be able to see you all next year. Yes, tomorrow I'm going to enjoy golf as usual, and I am going to have Miss Ishihara at the end. We are waiting, looking forward to seeing you next year again. Thank you very much, Mr. Hiroshi Inoue. So, this concludes all the program of Ruby World Conference 2023. All the programs are now over. The Executive Committee of the Ruby World Conference has organized this conference in the hope of spreading Ruby to the world. For all of you who attended the conference, I sincerely hope that this conference is going to expand the opportunity of Ruby use. Thank you very much. So I'll see you next year, and please be sure not to leave anything behind. And once again, please be reminded to return your simultaneous interpretation receiver at the reception. And the parking in this venue is free of charge. So please drop by at the desk on the first floor exhibition hall. Thank you.